What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Appreciate y'all for joining us today here on TSU Monday through Friday. Chip and Zay 2 to 4. Get y'all rocking and rolling. Get y'all ready for Georgia in a couple of weeks. But we're going to break down everything Texas football. Hell, Texas basketball starts this week. Women play tonight in Incarnate Word. Men play tomorrow in Charlotte, playing against Duke. So, yeah, a lot going on here at 40 Acres, but hey, that's what makes the job fun. Chip will be here in a little bit. He hasn't texted me, so I'm guessing he's on the road now, getting back to the crib so we can have another terrific show for you folks. But yeah, like, subscribe. Y'all know the deal. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram. We are everywhere. Get the app if you haven't got it already. Tell your friends, tell your mama, tell your baby mama, whoever you need to tell. Let them know that Chip and Zay, Texas Sports Unfiltered, we got you on all the sports talk. And yeah, Longhorn fans should feel good right now. Should feel really good. Everybody's going to look at the fourth quarter, which you should. Steve Sarkisian, I really appreciate how he answered those questions. He could have been like Brian Kelly. He could have been like Mike Elko when they were asked earlier in this year after wins, nonetheless, why did things go wrong? And those dudes lost their mind. We won the game. Y'all are so negative. Brian Kelly went off on his media team. Y'all so negative. Oh, why ain't y'all thinking about us winning? We won. Well, Brian Kelly, I think the media, they had a point, which is why you don't got a gig right now, because they were looking at the future. And right now, the future for Texas football looks pretty good. Pretty good, all things considered. I mean, let's keep it a buck. You have a chance to play 2 top 5 teams in the next month. And you have a chance to change the whole narrative on what we thought, myself included, this season could be, which was a disaster. You know what I mean? Like, it was not looking good. And I got to give a shout out to the coaching staff. I got to give a shout out to these players, man. After that Florida loss, I thought that this team was 7-5. I wasn't even thinking 8-4. Like, let alone college football playoffs still. I did not think they would be here 4 straight games in a row, dubs. They were ugly, some of them. Kentucky, we knew how that went. Mississippi State, we know how that went. The fourth quarter against Vanderbilt, we know how that went too. But you see the promise. You see the changes, the different type of motion that you got to have this time of the year. Nobody's a finished product in September. Nobody's a finished product in October. Teams do get better, you know what I mean? And teams do get worse. Ask Mario Cristobal in Miami. A month ago, hey, we had Chris Hummer on. We had multiple people on praising Miami, which made sense. They look good, which Chip, it might be Thursday Chip today with what SMU did to Miami, but that's my point. Like, you feel great at certain points of the year, and then you realize it's a long season. A lot of things could happen. And if you're Texas, you're feeling good right now. I see him back at the crib, ready to go. My man Chip Brown in the building.
What's going on? In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. What is it, daylight savings time or something?
What does that mean?
I mean,
Is that why you're late? Is that what that means?
That doesn't really work, does it?
It doesn't. I mean, especially if you're, but the folks are used to you being a couple minutes late at this point.
Well,
it's fine. We got you covered. Ain't no big deal, man. You've been on the 40, covering the Texas Longhorns, doing your job so you could bring all of that brilliantness that you have in there, all them reliable sources that you have, and bring that beautiful joy to the show, man. So we appreciate it when you're late.
Well, I appreciate you, Zay. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate you. And you know what a great 3 quarters it was on Saturday. I mean, you found an offensive line. It only took you 9 games. But hey, how about we play the veterans?
Oh, who would have thought?
How about we play the 4-year guys, Connor Robertson and Cole Hudson?
Who would have thought that those guys know what they're doing? Man,
didn't we say that after the Florida game?
Yeah.
Or even before that? But hey, Sark said today they're not the biggest, strongest guys, but they're experienced.
We'll take it.
Yeah. Was Arch protected? Did Arch complete 10 passes in a row once he knew he was going to be protected? I mean, Arch started 2 of 5 passing. Then he realized, oh my God, I got a clean pocket. Let me complete 10 in a row.
Yeah.
And 17 of 19 in that stretch while building a 34-10 lead over the Vanderbilt Commodores. Zay, give me your thoughts on that offensive line, because it all starts there. Like, Arch played great. And I thought his third quarter was as important as his third quarter against OU. Because I kept saying to Eric Henry next to me in the press box, I said, Vanderbilt's going to make a run. Like, they need every point they can get. And they're up 34-10, and you're like, Vanderbilt scores, and then the dam broke. A 67-yard busted coverage for a touchdown, 10-second drive.
Yeah.
And then my man Ethan Burke hammers Diego Pavia into the turf on 3rd and 10. It's now 4th and 19. And you somehow give that up?
I don't know how they gave that up.
Like, PK, you brought the house on 4th and 20 last time and ended the game. You needed to bring the house right there.
Yeah, I'll give PK the benefit of the doubt on that one. Like, talk about when the dam broke. When Jelani McDonald went out of the game, I don't know if it was a fatigue standpoint or it was just bad communication, missing assignments. It was definitely that, but I don't know if it was because guys just weren't communicating or guys were just flat out tired, because Derek Williams and Xavier Filsaime, they got touched up a little bit. They got touched up a lot of bit. And again, Mookie Taff and Jelani McDonald are supposed to be there. Steve Sarkisian, he even said it in the press conference, like, when you have those reliable safeties, those starters, hell, we even saw Jonah Williams' appearance because Xavier Filsaime, I think he got hurt, but he was also getting touched up a little bit. So I get Jonah Williams getting thrown out there to the Wolves. But yeah, Chip, this offensive line, man, we've been waiting for them to just step it up. You know, they don't have to be perfect, but they have to be a lot better than what we saw them at their lowest point of the year, which was at Florida. And we were waiting for that move. Moving Cole Hudson to left guard, moving Connor Robinson at center. We've been waiting for that move for weeks. Now, who knows if that move wouldn't have been done sooner if Cole Hudson was available. I'm sure I'll give the coaching staff the benefit of the doubt there. Like, Cole Hudson was hurt. A lot of Longhorn fans are wondering, like, where the hell? Why haven't they been doing this? Cole Hudson missed a couple of games. So that's, you know, who knows if they would have done it then. But, yeah, that was a big move. Connor Robinson finishing blocks. And Steve Sarkisian said something interesting today as I see you hold up the OLIPOP soda.
Like, OLIPOP to that offensive line, Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson, best game of the year for that offensive line. OLIPOP,
damn right. But when Sark said, you know, Trevor Gooseby doesn't have to worry about making all the signals and calls and stuff because, hey, Nick Brooks, he a freshman. He don't know what the hell's going on. And it showed. It showed that Nick Brooks he was just confused on where to go a lot of the time. So to negate that, bring in somebody with experience, bring in somebody that's had a lot of snaps under their belt. Like, and you have your best 5 out there, even though, as Sark says, they ain't the most athletic, they ain't the quickest, they ain't the strongest, they ain't the fastest, but they smart enough to get the job done. So I really appreciated that move. I know everybody keeps talking about AJ Milwee going up to the booth and Bamonte being on the field. I think that's a good move too, because you just see the comfort with Arch as the weeks go on, man. You saw, well, maybe you didn't, Chip, because you were at the game, but I'm sure you saw the viral video going around where they had the camera up and Arch's back, and he turned around to the camera and said, "We back at the effing crib." And he didn't say effing. And I was like, yo, this dude, he's turned up. Like, I see no concussion effect in sight. Like, this is a guy that looks confident, hyped up, and they're ready to beat the tail out of the Commodores today. I wish it was for 4 quarters, but hey, a win's a win. I'll take 3 in a win any day. So all your goals still intact. And I said it on the post-game show with Rodney Rodriguez, this is the best I've felt about this Texas Longhorn team all year long, and it's at the right time. Now, the injuries, that concerns me a little bit, but I'm sure Jelani McDonald, concussion protocol, he's going to get right 2 weeks before Georgia. Ryan Wingo couldn't catch the ball anyway, so what can this thing do? No, I mean, hey, Ryan Wingo's been playing his ass off, and kudos for him, but like, even if they didn't need him, number 3 stepped up. Emmett Mosley, the 5th, that dude's a baller. He has stepped up, and you feel confident in him, Livingston, and more, even if something happens with Ryan Wingo. And the way Ryan Wingo's playing, once the ball touches his hands, he's a problem. You saw that the first play of the game. Travian Wisner's getting going. This is the best that I've felt about this Texas team all year long, and it's at the right time, and that's very exciting.
Yeah. I mean, this team is like just in the nick of time. And kudos to the coaching staff. You know, I know fans want to know where was the evaluation on the offensive line. We're going to talk to Dan Neal on Wednesday, trying to get John Brown for tomorrow. And you know, would it have made a difference against Florida? Maybe. Arch got sacked 6 times. He got hit a dozen times. He got rocked in that game, and he was still slinging it. There was no running game in that game. There was enough of a running game in this game. 27 carries for 100 yards. It's got to be better. But now you know who your guys are. And you know what Cole Hudson can do at guard. You should know what your comfort runs are. You should know what your go-to runs are. And I'll be stunned if they don't have a nice package of stuff for Georgia.
Yeah.
Because, look, you got 2 weeks to prepare. Steve Sarkisian, I need you to get in your bag. Because you now know, okay, I got a quarterback that's playing with some confidence, and Sark even said today, I'm sure he liked being protected. Hell yeah. He starts 2 of 5 passing and then realizes, oh, I got some protection today. Let's go. And completes 10 in a row and 17 and 19. I mean, and he's moving the ball around the field. That sort of spray route to the sideline to Mosley, he loves that. He threw it to DeAndre Moore too. He threw a slant to Emmett Mosley. They connected on a slant. It happened. I saw it. Like, Arch can throw a slant. By God.
He's always been able to throw a slant. Ryan Wingo dropped him last week.
Yeah, that's true. But remember, he missed Mosley on that slant against Kentucky?
Yes.
And he missed him against Mississippi State. It was kind of a weird – there was a rusher coming. He had to kind of –
yeah.
And he jerked it, missed him. But yeah, now you're going into the Lions' Den in Athens. Like Georgia, I don't care what they've shown on tape. I don't care how bad they looked against Florida. I don't care how bad they looked against Tennessee or Ole Miss or Bama. They're going to play their asses off against Texas because Kirby, it's personal with
Why is
him.
it so personal?
Because Sarkisian's an offensive-minded Saban guy, and Kirby's the defensive-minded Saban guy. And Kirby wants to be preeminent over Sark and Lane because those are the other two Sabanites that are knocking on the door. Kirby's the made man. Kirby's got two.
And I think deep down he knows Saban, he has a hierarchy on who he likes more too. And I think when it comes to Sark, there's Kirby on who Saban would invite to dinner first, which, hey, that's Kirby's fault. Kirby, you were the one beating up on Saban towards the end. Y'all had a little rivalry going before Saban turned in the whistle. So, you know, but you're right. It's deep. It's a deep hatred.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Gary Patterson towards Texas. Like everyone's like, "Oh, Gary, did you put in some special stuff?" No, it was just a normal bull. Like Gary had his stuff ready for Texas. Like anytime Gary got a chance to take down Texas, because he was trying to show that he could be the coach there. You know, before Sark ever came along, Gary Patterson was like, why didn't they call me instead of Charlie? Why didn't they call me instead of Tom Herman? And Gary just kept beating that ass to try to like get everyone to be like, hey, I'm pretty good too now. But yeah, man, I mean, you're right, Zay. This is the best I think Texas has looked, and obviously the defense cratered. And I thought it was interesting today and not the defensive line. The defensive line was outstanding. They sacked Diego Pavia 6 times. He'd only been sacked 7 all year coming into the game. And Ethan Burke, Colin Simmons, Brad Spence, Lance Jackson got tackled on Diego Pavia's touchdown run.
Come on,
the officiating was weird.
What were they doing?
Weird. And then Diego Pavia pulls Phil Simi down on top of him.
So dirty. Now, Greg McElroy's over there and said, you got to be smarter than that if you're Phil Simi. No, Diego Pavia, genius, but that was a dirty-ass move. Diego Pavia, he been around the block.
He's a wrestler.
Yeah, he ain't stupid. He pulled Xavier Filsaime with him. Then he got Xavier Filsaime jump, basically. I was like, damn, man. The rest, y'all don't see that? Now, Xavier Filsaime, you got to throw yourself off Pavia. Once you hit out of bounds, you can't allow him to tackle you like that because you know who that call is going to be on. But, yeah.
Right, Pavia, he needed to put his hands out as he was getting pulled down.
Yeah, Pavia, I like that MF, man. He's dirty. He's tough. Yeah. Man, he threw that ball at Xavier Filsaime, even though he ran into him. Xavier Filsaime just standing there. What is he going to do? Like, he's going to protect himself? Like, he's not going to get out the way? He doesn't owe you that. You run into him, then you throw the ball at him?
Right.
Diego Pavia was out of control, man, but he started the ball. I bet you Tim Beck was one of there, and damn. Maybe we should have aired it out earlier.
Yeah, they
was weak.
They got hot going tempo.
Yeah.
And Vanderbilt never goes tempo, but Texas struggles with tempo. If I'm Georgia, I'm running damn tempo. Like, Texas struggles with it. They struggle with it against Mississippi State. They struggle with it against, Kentucky ran some tempo. It was, Sark's like, we got to self-scout. Okay, well, start right there. You got to get your defense, more accustomed to tempo, more comfortable with it. OU was running tempo first drive, and they were trying to sub.
Yeah.
Texas was like trying to sub when OU wasn't subbing. Got called for, 12 men on the field. It was kind of a bleep show, but listen, That defense played great. And could that game have started any better? Wingo scores on the first play of the game, and Colin Simmons gets a strip sack on Vanderbilt's first possession. Now, Texas, you got to do more.
Yeah, you got to score after that.
You got to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
They only got a field goal out of that.
Yeah, that was one of Arch's, he didn't have many bad throws, but that was a dangerous throw on second down. He threw one to Emmett Mosley that sailed over him. And then they came back and they got a delay game, which that can't happen. Like, come on, delay game. Got to be better than that. And then actually next play was another dangerous throw to Emmett Mosley where he tried to throw back, go rolling right, go back to the left. And you're like, that's a quarterback no. You don't want quarterbacks throwing across their body. That's how you could get yourself in trouble. But he was open. It's just, again, it's such a difficult throw. The accuracy difficulty on that, you have very little margin to mess that up. So if you would have thrown Emmett Mosley more to the left, which that's the way he was going, then you would have gotten some yards after catch. But he threw it to his right. Emmett Mosley was going that way. Didn't work out. They came up with 3, which I'll give Mason Shipley a pass this week. 51 yards. That's deep, but I don't like these misses, man. Like, this ain't the time to start missing, Mason Shipley. We need you on your game, bro. These next 3 games, who knows how they going to turn out. But I'm sure you're going to need the kicker in one of them to make some big-time kicks. So, yeah, 51's difficult, but you at Texas got to make some of those. But, yeah, I thought the offense, man, just that comfort level for Arch Manning, it just looks so much different than it did in September and that early part of October. Like, that moxie's back. Like, that swagger that we all thought we were going to see all year long, like, it is there now. And to come off concussion protocol and to not have any fear, like, he still ran when he had to. He was still making plays last, getting out of the pocket, the touchdown to CJ Baxter in the end zone. Like, that's a hell of a play. Just keeping things alive when things don't break down. See if the defense makes a mistake. And CJ Baxter slid into that gap of the zone, and you hit him for his first touchdown in a very long time. Congrats to him.
That was a nice little scramble move by CJ, who was running and out and then just kind of dropped back into the end zone. Arch saw him, hit him. That was money. That third quarter from Arch was huge. I mean, I just kept saying, because you saw Vanderbilt get into a rhythm in the second quarter. I know they only scored 10, but they held the ball for 10 minutes in the second quarter. Like, they got it going, and Vanderbilt got the ball to start the second half. So you're like, man, this offense has got to be ready to go. And they did. It was, the defense gets a 3 and out, and then Arch converts 3rd and 4 with a pass to Mosley. They converted 3rd and 9 with a 17-yarder to Endries that got him to the Vanderbilt 11. And then, he hits Endries for 5, and then he hits Mosley for the touchdown. And then, Vanderbilt misses the 48-yard field goal, and credit Ethan Burke for that, because he sacked him on 3rd and 9 and took him backward to 48 yards for the field goal, and the kid misses his first field goal of the year. And that was huge in a 34-31 game. And then what does Texas do after Vanderbilt misses the field goal? They go on a double-digit drive and get a 37-yard field goal.
Yeah, that holding call on Spencer Shannon was so bogus on that drive. What are y'all? That's the shit we're talking about. SEC refs. What were y'all looking at on Saturday?
Right.
I just don't understand what like the logic. Sark must have been exhausted with all the plays he had to turn in to Birmingham.
Yeah, unless there was something like earlier in the play than what we saw, because he just shoved the guy.
I watched that like 6 times. There was nothing there.
He just shoved him, right?
Yeah, he just pushed him.
He didn't hold anything.
That
was crazy. It was crazy.
That was bad. Yeah,
that was crazy.
Just messed up the whole drive. Like took the complete win out of their sails. And McCutcheon drops a pass right after. Then he catches another 4-yard pass. Then you're on 3rd and 16. You can't do much with that. They throw a check down to Niblett, and they have to settle for 3. And again, like even though the refs were as bad as they were, 21 points in the 4th quarter for Vanderbilt shouldn't be happening. Like, I don't care who was on the field. I get Mookie Taft, Jelani McDonald not being in the game. Like, I hope everybody realizes what Mookie Taft's value is after these last 2 weeks with how the secondaries looked. But that's unacceptable, giving up all those points. But, yeah, the refs, they didn't help. They didn't do them no favors. And then the Emmett Mosley touchdown that got called back, that's pass interference. So, like, you're looking at see if the ball hits the ground. How about you look to see how it got that way in the first place?
Guy's jersey's getting, he's getting choked. Guy's got so much cloth.
Like, you make a horrible play, call on the 2-point conversion. I don't understand that. Like, Junior Searles, whatever his name is, put his arm out. He didn't make it. What did y'all see? And they're talking about the pylon cam chip being a little further back. Okay, let's not use that camera. Let's use all other 30 freaking cameras that we have on the play that show that he didn't make it. Touchdown.
It was bizarre.
Like, okay.
And that ref was standing right there.
Right there.
And he immediately went like this. And I'm like, he was, that was like the Rams Titans Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Where, it just came up short.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I
didn't really get to see the offsides call.
That was another one.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that one.
I didn't see a single Longhorn move.
Okay, then
except after the guy went into the neutral zone, and then he reacted, which is what you're supposed to do.
Who they call that on?
They called it on Baker.
They call it on Brandon Baker?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, them
refs, they were wilding.
It was wild.
I don't know what they were doing.
That was wild.
Which I'm glad Georgia won. Like, I need Georgia to keep winning. I don't need them to lose any games right now. I want Georgia wins.
Top 5.
Top 5.
Top 5. I want A&M. Keep winning, A&M.
A&M, keep winning. I'm glad y'all are having a good year. I'm glad y'all are having a good time. I'm glad y'all are having a lot of fun. Marcel Reed, Concepcion, Craver, all those guys, man. Cassius Howell, my man on the defensive line, he's a monster. They having a good time.
Cassius Howell?
Yeah, Cassius Howell, man. He old school. He be rolling up the jersey where you see the stomach. That shit intimidating. You see the 6-pack, man. He old school with it. He's good.
Yeah, that's like Jesse Armstead stuff.
Yeah.
Except he's a D lineman.
Yeah, I like
that's like
it.
Russell Maryland stuff.
Yeah, man. That's old school stuff. Speaking of good pass rushing, Colin Simmons, man.
Yeah, he needs to flail more. I hate to say it, but he's getting held. He's getting hooked. He needs to be like.
He needs to start flopping. He needs to start flopping.
Yeah, just draw the ref's attention so that.
Yeah.
Like, it's obvious.
Yeah, you ain't no punk. Don't listen to Draymond Green. Draymond Green, he always be going on rants, calling out NBA players that be flopping and stuff. And guys are just trying to sell the call. It's up to the officials to buy it or not. Sometimes you got to sell the call. It is what it is. You ain't no punk for doing so. You're trying to help your team out by being a little dramatic. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with being a little dramatic every once in a while. But, hey, they better hold, they better grab, because number one is on a mission. And he set the tone. He was in Diego.
Oh, he was on fire.
Face every chance.
I thought he was going to get a flag.
Me too. That's the best thing the refs did all day.
Right.
Just not throw a flag for that.
Yeah.
Now, did it possibly escalate to what we saw later on in the chippiness? Yeah. Like that's why refs try to nip stuff in the butt early so things don't escalate the way they did. But to me, that's just SEC football. These are two teams that are desperate to try to get to the Atlanta, to try to prove to the committee that they're worthy of a spot in the college football playoff, and they played like it. Like that's the beauty of college football. So, yeah, sometimes unsportsmanlike stuff, chill on that. Let them play a little bit. Y'all get in the way, spread it out, break it up, and let it keep on rolling. It's a violent game. A lot of emotions are involved. But Colin Simmons set the tone early. Like sacking Diego Pavia and grabbing the ball at the same time, that's top 10 draft pick stuff right there, man.
I didn't see plays. I didn't see Sports Center's top 10 plays of the day, but that should have been on it.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. But yeah, that's just, he was holding the hell out of his arms. Then climbed over his ass to get the rock. Just stole it from him. And it's like, man, then he chased him down one time. Diego threw it out of bounds. Colin Simmons was right there, letting him know about it. Like, yo, it's going to be like this all day, buddy. Diego Pavia's never been sacked that many times in his career. First time he's been sacked 6 times. Like, that's a big deal, man.
Yeah.
And even though he got out of the pocket in that fourth quarter and started to make things happen, shout out to Tim Beck. He did a really good job of figuring it out and adjusting to what Texas was throwing at him. He's like, okay, I can't let Diego stay in this pocket because he's just not big enough to make throws over people. Yeah. So him outside of the pocket, improvising, that's when he's at his best. And when he started to do that, that's why you saw why his value's so high for his team, because he could do that really well, just playing that same type of football.
The first third down sack that Ethan Burke had, the one that pushed them back to a 48-yard field goal, was because of Simmons. Simmons got upfield and forced Pavia to step up in the pocket, and Burke was pushing a double team right back to Pavia, and then got through the double team, grabbed Pavia, and dunked him. And there have been times where Burke's gotten upfield and other guys have gotten the sacks. That stuff's all starting to work now because you've got confident players. Trey Moore had a sack. Brad Spence had a sack. Burke had 2. Simmons had crazy numbers. After the first 3 possessions, Simmons had like 3 tackles for loss, a sack, a forced fumble, recovered fumble, and 2 quarterback hurries. I mean, he was on fire. And he, like I said, he deserves the credit for pushing Pavia up in the pocket when Burke got the sack in the third quarter. And then Burke said after the game, he thought he'd gotten the ball out from Pavia on the goal line. And Pavia fell right on top of it. And Burke was like, he's like, that would have been awesome. He was so mad that they gave up that 4th down. He's like, that should have ended the game right there. We should have ended the game right there. And, he's like, we got work to do. But that defensive line play was rock solid. The offense, I thought the lines of scrimmage against a line of scrimmage team, Texas was the more physical. It was dominant at times. And not, offensive line protected well. They got to get their running game. They got to figure that out over this bye week, because they averaged 1.1 yard per carry against Georgia in both games last year.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it was like
and Anthony Hill.
Was it 15 sacks in both games?
Yeah.
Like 30-something pressures.
13 sacks.
Yeah, 13 sacks.
Awful.
Over 30-something pressures. Like, yeah, Quinn was going through it last year against Georgia, man.
Yeah, and Arch. Arch got a strip sack.
Yeah.
But Anthony Hill, please keep playing him at strong side linebacker. He got double-digit pass rushes again for the third straight game.
I love that, but they're taking a hit from Leonga and Ty Anthony Smith. Those guys have not been good. The more Anthony Hill's not dropping back into coverage, yeah, it's cool to see him rush, but you're picking your poison here, because if Ant Rush does all that, you're leaving Leonga and Ty Anthony Smith in charge of linebacker duty, and those guys just haven't been good, which is weird. It's weird that those guys have struggled lately. Like, Ty Anthony Smith, besides Colton Vasek, he had the worst Pro Football Focus grade out of anyone on defense. And wasn't like Leonga Lafau was that much better. And Leonga Lafau's snaps are really starting to decline. Like, Ty Anthony Smith has taken over majority of those snaps that Leonga Lafau used to get. Remember, Leonga Lafau took David Benda's spot last year. And David Benda came off the bench, and, they rotated that way. Leonga Lafau was starting. So now Ty Anthony Smith is doing what Leonga Lafau did to David Benda. And you saw in that pass to Stowers, Ty Anthony Smith, scoot your ass over, bruh. Left all that spacing there, because on that play, Anthony Hill was rushing the passer. And Ty Anthony Smith, Greg McElroy was talking about it live. He was like, yo, that's just not good there. Like, Ty Anthony Smith has to know there's a lot of space where he should be. And Diego Pavia threw it right down the seam where Eli Stowers was, touchdown that continued that run. So as good as, these front seven has been, Leonga Lafau and Ty Anthony Smith, they gotta be better. There was another play where, they threw it out to Alexander. It was on like a 2nd and 14 early in the game. And Ty Anthony Smith ran into Manny Muhammad, and both of those guys just fell on the ground, and Cedric Alexander ended up getting the first down. And it's just like, man, the Ty Anthony Smith that we saw earlier in the season, we're not seeing that right now. So if Anthony Hill's going to continue to rush the passer, which I love, those guys are going to have to be better at that linebacker position, because that's it. That's all there is. Like, I don't know if you play Trey Moore there more. Like, I don't know what Trey Moore's snaps were in this game. He had 48 snaps. So, he played a ton. But, yeah, Leonga Lafau, Ty Anthony Smith against Georgia, got to pick it up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wonder how much of the pass coverage, is suffering without Taft, because Taft is so good at communicating to the back seven. I mean, he gets the linebackers lined up too. So
yeah, good point.
It's I mean, I don't think you can say enough about Michael Taft's value as a player on the field.
Yeah,
I do,
so good, man.
And Steve Sarkisian said it last week. He's like, he can get things fixed before they have to come to the sideline to get it fixed. He can get it fixed in real time. And I mean, that dude is so incredibly valuable.
Yeah, that's why he's an All-American. Like, he makes everybody better, not just him. So, yeah, good point, Chip. Like, that, I think that's a huge part of it. Like, who knows if that play would have happened to make it 24-10 if Taft was back there letting Ty Anthony Smith know, hey, scoot your ass over, bro.
Right.
Like, we're rushing 5 right now. We need you to scoot on over, because that spot, that they gonna throw to is wide open. And what happened? Diego Pavia threw a dart. Now it's 24-10. So, yeah.
How did they?
I love that hill rushing.
Yeah. I mean, he is a tough dude. He arrives with bad intentions. He puts you in the dirt and lets you know about it. Let's see here. Yeah, no, they went after guys. They went after Xavier Filsaime. They went after Jalen Gilbo. They went after, the young guys as soon as they saw them.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm going.
We had a question, where's Santana Wilson? I'm with you. Like, I want to see Santana Wilson. Like, I love my man Warren Roberson. I do, but what are you doing? Like, you're offsides trying to get a jam on a dude. Like, dude, you got to let him snap the ball.
Oh, man, let him know early. Get in his mind. It's going to be a long day for you. I got to push you early. Sark said, why? Sark brought him on the sideline. That's the worst thing. Like, when a penalty happens, hey, coach, leave me in the game so I can make up for it. You dig? Like, leave me in so I can make a play. Don't take me out so you could yell at me and all the cameras could see you yelling at me because the ref just announced my name to everybody and their mama in the stadium. So, come on, let me redeem myself. Sark said, no. Warren, why? Why are you doing what you did? Hey, but your boy, Cade Phillips? Okay. There's some upside there. Cade Phillips, 19 snaps. Over 70 grade on Pro Football Focus. That's solid.
Yeah. Sark said he liked what he was seeing from Cade Phillips, so we left him in. Okay, that's something to watch because it's interesting how young guys, they get a look. Derek Williams played a lot as a freshman. And now you're seeing Cade Phillips get some run. And, Xavier Filsaime's a redshirt freshman, but he's getting some run.
Yeah.
Grayson Littleton, true freshman, has been on the field a ton.
Yeah.
So
I feel so bad for Derek Williams, man. He's lost a step or two or three. He's not that same guy that we saw the first 2 years before he got hurt in that OU game last year. Like, there's just something not there. And I'm not going to say it's mine or his IQ. I really think it's just, I think he's lost a step. Like, whatever injury he had, I don't know what was it. It was something with his leg, but you could tell he's still trying to fight over that. I don't think he
had the torn ACL against OU.
Well, yeah, there it is. Like, I don't think he trusts his legs. It's just something. He's always late to a step. He wasn't very good on Saturday.
I think he benefits from playing with Taft too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a luxury. It's a luxury to have a guy who's that dialed in and that studied up and trusts his training and trusts what he sees. I think with Derek Williams and Filsaime, they're not trusting their training. They're not trusting their eyes, and so they're hesitating, and it's costing.
Yeah.
And the communication is not there. I mean,
it's not there.
It is not there. This reminds me of
2023.
A little bit. Or worse.
Thompson and Keaton Crawford.
And Terrence Brooks.
Yeah, Terrence Brooks. Yeah, that wasn't a good time.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good time, man. Michael Penix, he was licking his chops all game long in that Sugar Bowl. That was fun for him. Yeah. Yeah.
Kobe Black only got 12 snaps on a day where, Malik Muhammad was kind of in and out of the game.
They lost faith in Kobe. You could tell something happened.
Yeah.
He wasn't playing. What game did he struggle in? Oh, Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
Kobe Black was horrible.
Yeah, he got beat.
Was awful in Florida. Yeah, after that,
Dallas,
we can't do nothing with you right now, Kobe.
Dallas Wilson.
Yeah.
Dallas Wilson happened to Kobe Black.
Yeah, and everyone deserves another chance. Like, you can get better, but also.
Well, think about what Sark said today. He said it was kind of a wake-up call for some of those young DBs. Like, I'm sure those guys have been like, man, I should be on the field. I should be on the field. Okay, you're on the field. And are you prepared? Are you ready? Did you prepare like a starter? Did you study like a starter? No. So now they can coach those guys up. And this is where Akina and Mark Orfe, and they got to get these guys on the right page. There were some weird substitutions. I saw guys going on the field and coming off the field and going back on the field before the play, like Mark Orfe's, trying to figure out who he wants in the damn game. And it's like, okay, well, if the coaches aren't sure, the players aren't going to be sure. I mean, but either way, that was inexcusable. And the pass defense has been lit up without Michael Taff on the field, period. Got lit up against Mississippi State, got lit up by Diego Pavia in the fourth quarter. Now, I liked what Sarkisian said after the game. He's like, this reminds me of 23, where they would get up by 20 and then let teams back in. And Sarkisian finally went to PK and said, we got to finish these guys. Like, we can't be playing soft coverage. We need to keep staying aggressive. And that's what I'm sitting there thinking, I mean, I need to go back and look at that 4th and 19, because what was the plan there?
Yeah, I know Xavier Filsaime was over there.
That can never happen. But how many guys did they bring? Like, I don't think they brought an extra guy. And I would have run the exact same play you ran on 4th and 20 in overtime against Mississippi State. Like, end the game. Whoever's on the microphone, whoever has the dot, Anthony Hill, 0 blitz, we're bringing the house, end the game. That was like, are you kidding me?
Bad.
And then they drive it, end up going on an 89-yard touchdown drive. Yeah, that can't happen. And here's the thing. This is the exact same thing Vanderbilt did to Texas last year. Texas started making mistakes, some weird penalties, and suddenly it's a 3-point game and they're trying an onside kick. And Parker Livingston, come on now. First of all, why are you onside kicking constantly to the receiver? Like, Trey Moore is on that hands team. Why wouldn't you be kicking it at him? But
it worked out.
I know it worked out. It went through Parker's hands. And just like, remember how Taff had a chance to grab the ball against OU, but he like ended up standing out of bounds if that Vanderbilt kid had just like put his hands on the football instead of diving for it.
You got to dive. You got to show coach your heart, your hustle. Look how bad I want it, coach. Oh, it's out of bounds.
Because the guy's like picking it up and his teammate jams it out of his hands, just like Anthony Hill in the Kentucky game. Like,
good move.
Oh my God, that was so close. I mean, yeah. Well, this is what, Jack's asking, did PK do? Yeah, they played off coverage. Like, they got up 31 or whatever, 34-10, and they started playing off coverage. I just don't think this defense that's not their personality. You got to stay aggressive, man. You got to keep playing the way you've been playing. It's not, I don't know.
Does that sometimes.
Yeah,
I'd rather have the big laps happen against Vanderbilt than it did last year against Ohio State on the freaking screen pass. So get all the bust out the way and tighten up. You got 2 weeks to tighten up. Like, come on now. 2 weeks to get healthy. All this stuff could be irrelevant with Bucky Taff and Jelani McDonald on the field and thinking that, oh, this would have happened to those guys. But, yeah, Xavier Filsaime, Derek Williams, get back to the drawing board, fellas. Like, figure it out. Because, again, nobody was expecting Diego Pavia. They've never played that way. Vanderbilt, they've never played where they're down like that, and now they're desperate, and they have to pick up the tempo, and Diego Pavia is throwing it all over the field. That goes so much against what they want to do. No one's seen it. Like, it's not like there's a whole bunch of film on how Vanderbilt played in the fourth quarter, but also as a coach, you have to understand, okay, they're desperate. They can no longer play the style of game that they want to. They're going to change things up. So our defense has to be ready for it, whoever's in the game. And they just couldn't figure it out. Like, it's hard to put the straight up bus play to Eli Stowers right after the Mason Shipley field goal on Pete Kwiatkowski, just because, come on, guys, like, y'all are scholarship players at Texas. Something completely wrong went there. Because Trey Moore, he went into coverage. Jalen Gilbo didn't go as far back as Eli Stowers was going, so he was expecting Derek Williams to be there. Derek Williams, instead of going towards the sideline, went to the middle. So that's the communication that we've been talking about today, Chip. Like,
but
where did it go wrong?
Even so, Gilbo's got to go with that guy for a while, because you can't expect, even if the safety's in the middle of the field, it's going to take him a second to get over there. Like, the corner has to, if you've got one guy over there, you got to go with that guy for a while and then pass him off, because it wasn't like he had flat responsibilities or someone in the flat.
Yeah, that was Trey Moore.
Right. So I thought Gilbo passed that off too fast.
Yeah, he clearly was thinking that, okay, I have this exact spot to go. I don't go any deeper than that. Derek, this is now your responsibility. Oh, wait, Derek's not there.
Right.
Like, and we ain't trying to be depressing, Jonathan. You know what I'm saying? We're just trying to talk about
to figure it out
here. We're trying to
figure out why it was 21-0 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But we took those 5-10 minutes to try and figure that out. We'll let Akina and Orfe and PK do the rest.
What Steve Sarkisian say? November are the games they remember. We're just trying to make sure everybody knows their responsibilities. We are in November. All right, here we go. We don't want Longhorn fans remembering the time where there was a bust in coverage against Mario Craver that has Texas lose the game and potentially get knocked out of college football playoff contention.
Well,
things like that. That's why we talk about them now.
Let's shift over to Arch Manning, because Manning, like you said, from the beginning, even pregame, he was wired up. And I'm talking to Cole Hudson after the game, and he said, I've never seen him so happy as I saw him, kind of during and after the game. And I said, well, give me an example. And he's like, every time he got hit, he was talking smack, like he was energized and he was ramped and ready. And what a weird week for him. And he even said it, because he gets that social media post on Tuesday where he's pulled over, and Longhorn Barstool's like, hey, Arch is out. Looks like he's, driving around. Looks like he's going to be able to play.
Why did he get the ticket, by the way? Did we ever find that out?
Yeah. Those crosswalks for pedestrians, when it's like they walk across and then it's still a solid red light.
Yeah.
He went through the solid red light. It hadn't started.
You go in, it's flashing. That's like the yield.
Right. You got to wait.
You got to wait.
You got to wait till it's blinking. And he's like, I didn't see anyone around. So I went, and he goes, but there was someone around. And then he said that he didn't have his wallet. So he didn't have his license. So it was a bleep show for Arch. And he's like, but he was funny about it, man. He's like, maybe the concussion helped. Yeah. And he said, someone said, he's like, we got a lot to work on. He's like, did you see my first Hail Mary? I threw it in the student section. He's like, and I was sitting there going, kick the field goal. The wind is blowing with Mason Shipley. It would have been a 58-yarder, but no, Arch was like a post game we have not seen. He was funny. He was engaging. He was self-deprecating. Everyone was like, is this your best game? Is this your best game? He's like, I don't know. Did you see that Hail Mary? It was terrible. I threw it in the student section. I mean, it was good to see. It was good to see. It wasn't him, saying, I got to play better. I got to play better. Finally, he put together a hell of a game, and he was converting third down, 7 of 11. He didn't have to run that much. He didn't get sacked. He didn't get hit. I mean, he got hit a couple times, but and he probably didn't even need to scramble on the scramble that he had. But I thought Arch was really good. They started him off with the short stuff, which is a good formula. But they're not, against Florida, they tried 17 passes of 15 yards or longer, the slow developing stuff. They only completed 6. One of them was a touchdown. He got hit like crazy in that game. They were going after Nick Brooks. It was a disaster. Now they're getting him into a rhythm. He's getting into the flow. And then they start to, they go to the spray routes that are like 14, 15 yards. And then how many post routes did we see deep down the field this time? Mostly it was.
Other than Emmett Mosley, both of them should have been pass interference. One was called pass interference. The other, the touchdown taken back, wasn't. Yeah. Yeah.
And that ball that he threw that Mosley dropped while he was getting interfered with was a dime.
It's a good ball.
I mean, it was a dime. It was in the breadbasket.
Oh, I thought the one that actually got called for pass interference was a dime too, but I mean, Mosley got held so bad. It just looked bad, but yeah. He's in a good groove, man.
Yeah. And if he can just bring that, and that's what Cole Hudson said. He's like, that's what we need. That's what we need from Arch. We need that fire. We need that competitiveness. And if he can just keep stacking it, because this team needs the off week. They're banged up. The offense probably would like to keep going because they're getting in rhythm now, and I'm telling you, Emmett Mosley he played like a 1. He played like a wide receiver 1 in that game. He's making tough catches, and he had the drop, but he had some big time catches in that game.
You can't even put that drop on him. Like, it was bad interference.
Getting interfered with.
Yeah.
So that's huge because Arch trusts him. Mm-hmm. Arch said after the game, he's like, I just got to keep getting him the ball because he's making plays. Yeah. Like, he's cutting into Parker's snaps, and Parker's probably hard for you know. Because let's see here. Let's look at the snaps. Emmett had 55 and Parker had 54.
Yeah, he cutting into DeAndre
Wingo. Yeah, and DeAndre Moore. Wingo only played 2 snaps. So yeah, you're right. He cut into DeAndre Moore's snaps. Yeah, I mean, look, those guys were making plays. DeAndre Moore was making plays. DeAndre Moore is a pro. Like, I got to think he's going to turn after this year, but
do you?
I mean, I hope he doesn't.
I don't think he does.
I hope he doesn't.
I don't think he can. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he's not having the kind of year, but you know, he'll go if he runs fast, his stock will go up because he's got his film from last year. He had that huge touchdown against Georgia in the SEC championship, that 41-yarder. He runs great routes.
If he stays, this could be the best wide receiver group in the nation next year. I'm not BSing anyone. Like, if he stays, because I think Ryan Wingo could get that much better. I think Parker Livingston could get that much better. And Emmett Mosley the fifth. All 3 of those guys are going to improve. They're now starting to find their groove. And I think DeAndre Moore, you could throw him in there too. Yeah, I think next year, I don't want to get over my skis because obviously we're locked in on this year still. But if he comes back next year, that wide receiver room is ridiculous.
Because look at the Wingo touchdown play on the first play of the game. You know why that worked? Because of the blocks by DeAndre Moore and Emmett Mosley.
Yeah.
They both got their blocks. You can't run those wide receiver screens unless you got dudes out there that can get their block. And they did. And that's so valuable. You got a quarterback that needs to get the ball out of his hands. The wide receiver screens, the missile screens, the tight end screens, those are good plays for Arch. They're good plays for any quarterback, but they're really good plays when you got wideouts who will get that perimeter block and spring a guy like Wingo. And Wingo needs to keep running like that. He needs to run through tackles. He needs to play to his size.
Yeah.
There have been times where he gets tripped up with an ankle tackle, and you're like, dude, you are 6'2", 217, or whatever you are, 213. You need to be a beast. You need to punish people for trying to tackle you. You know? Like, play to your size.
Hey, you want to be CEO, huh?
Huh?
You want to be Terrell Owens.
Yeah. Be nasty.
I'll tell you. Yeah.
Be Dallas Wilson. That dude was trampling people.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And I feel Dallas Wilson too. Dallas Wilson said, well, Florida, it's been real. I am done for the year. I got my 4 games in, my coach gone. I am redshirting in the 2025 season. I feel you, Dallas Wilson. See what you can get out there. And Steve. I'll give him a call. I know Dallas Wilson will be now, Dallas Wilson, he seemed like a bougie brother. I'm just saying, he seems like a very bougie brother. He also seems like he has that ignorant uncle, Leroy, that's going to ask for, maybe a Hellcat or something like that. You got to be careful with that. But you got to make the call just to see, just to check in, which I don't know about this. Anton, 27-13, said, I hope Demo leaves. So Jamie French, Khalik Lockett, and Jermaine Bishop need a path to playing time. I'm not looking at it like that.
No, I disagree.
I disagree too.
You're talking about Jordan Whittington here.
Yeah.
Like you don't want Jordan Whittington to leave any sooner than he has to. If you can get DeAndre Moore for another year, you take it. He's a pro. He's a pro right now. Like his routes, he catches everything with his hands. He blocks. He knows the offense inside and out. And Emmett Mosley is coming on fast. Like those two to me are the most valuable. And Parker is really good. He'll just get better. He'll get better at blocking. He'll
get stronger.
He'll get stronger. They'll get better there. You know, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I'm French, Lockett, and I know you're talking about Jermaine Bishop, who's still in high school right now, Willis High School, as an athlete, which I
and
still
that dude,
Jermaine Bishop goes play offense or defense.
Right. That dude has some serious special qualities. I hope he is as good as we think he is, because that guy's a rocket. And you know, I'm very intrigued by Khalid Lockett. Like, he is a freak. He's got long arms. He's got crazy vertical. You know, Jamie French, I've heard, is a big talker, but maybe doesn't back it up.
What Lockett is a big talker.
He's a Florida guy, man. He talks nonstop. And
how can you talk when you ain't playing?
Right.
What like, I don't understand these kids. I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of anyone being a big talker that doesn't get any bump, doesn't get any playing time. What are you talking about?
He's talking about practice.
You talking about the weather? You talking about your studies?
All right.
You talking about the good queso at Max El Rancho? What are you talking about? Because it can't be football. You ain't playing, young man. I'm so confused on what that means. But I'll tell those guys, let me give those guys advice, because we know this era, they don't like waiting, which I get. Let's play now. You don't have many years to be in college. You got to do what's best for yourself and the family. And that might not be Texas. But if you want to stay at Texas, prove that you should get more playing time than Ryan Wingo, Parker Livingston, Emmett Mosley, DeAndre Moore. Like, I'm not with the whole Steve Sarkisian's not getting these guys a fair shot. Like, I know it is frustrating to see, especially when Texas was struggling at the wide receiver position, which I don't blame them that much. I put that on the offensive line. It's hard to get guys the ball on routes when Archman's on his back half the time. But you see, like, all these other freshmen thriving. So people look at Texas and they see the freshmen that Texas has, and then they see the freshmen that are thriving out here for these other schools, and they go back and look at the rankings, and they're like, it ain't adding up. How is this guy who, according to all these rankings out here, they say that he's worse, yet he's playing, and our guys who they say were better or not? I get that. I could give you a mind a little bit, but
which freshman is playing? Dalen McCutcheon.
Yeah.
And he's making some plays.
Yeah.
He understands the offense. He understands where he fits into every play. And it's not just, on this route, I run 14 yards. No, you need to know where your defender is that you're supposed to be taking with you. Or if that guy's playing opposite leverage, you've got to sell him to make sure he doesn't go get in the way of the primary. And I mean, it's more than just, hey man, I'm making good NIL money. Why am I not playing? It's get in there and grind. I mean, we see a guy like Grayson Littleton who's studying film every chance he gets. If you're not working like that, then you may not be on the field.
Yeah. Dalen McCutcheon, he said, I'm getting these minutes. I'm going to get these reps any chance I get. And he called a nice little pass, little check down pass, got hurt afterwards, but then came back in. So they're giving freshmen opportunities. It might not be much, but yeah, Lockett, French, those guys just got to buckle down, keep on grinding. It's a grind.
And look, Ryan Wingo, when he's dropping balls against Mississippi State, I'm sure everyone's like, but then he comes back this week and was getting off, and then, man, his thumb was jacked up.
That thing looked gross. What's just dislocated? What was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's got a.
I mean, that's better than broken or surgery. It could have been like Michael Taft.
I heard that thing was swollen up like a tennis ball the next day. So he'll get it.
For a guy that's dealt with drops, I don't like that. That's the last thing he needs. Like, we need him to catch the ball, but they're giving him, quick stuff, those screens where it's nice and easy. He gets in the rhythm and he feels good about himself for the rest of the game. So we'll take that. Like, keep that up with him. But he don't really got much wiggle. You were talking about him getting tackled on the legs and stuff. He don't really got much.
Right.
That's just not him.
Right. Like Ryan Williams, and that dude is like,
joystick. Like
joystick.
Yeah. He ain't got that. But when you get him in motion where he's already running and he can hit that full speed, that's when he's dangerous. And Sark, they've done a really good job of putting him in those opportunities, and he's thrived from it for these last 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, but like there was no drop off. Like Mosley, Moore, they were catching it.
Yeah.
Making plays, converting third downs. Like, I need to go back and look at all the third down conversion passes. Let me look at it real quick.
Yeah, they went 7 for 11 overall. But they were always favorable third down situations. Like, you didn't see many 3rd and 8s. You didn't see many 3rd and 9s. They were all like 3rd.
Okay, here it is.
3.
So the first third down they had, they targeted Mosley. I'm not sure if that was the
3rd and 15. Well, it was a 3rd and 10 delay game.
Yeah.
3rd and 15.
So the next third down pass was to DeAndre Moore. The next third, and it was converted. The next was to Mosley, converted. The next was to Mosley, converted. The next was to Endries, converted. The next was to Mosley, converted. So Mosley was targeted on 4 third downs. That tells you a ton. And he caught 3 of them. The next was a third down rush that was converted by Wisner. Then they had a third down pass to Niblett. It was 3rd and 16. That was the one he caught for 6, and they, I think, tried to kick a field goal. The next was to DeAndre Moore, converted. The next was to Emmett Mosley, converted. The last one was intended for Mosley in the end zone where he was interfered with. So they're throwing it to Mosley and Moore on third down. Now, Wingo wasn't there, and Wingo had 2 huge drops on third down against Mississippi State, including a 3rd and 19 and a 3rd and goal that would have gone for a touchdown. So, which he tried to make a body catch. Like, I don't ever want to see that.
One
against Mississippi State, the 3rd and goal on the in-breaking route, Wingo.
Yeah.
He tried to, make a body catch instead of, you got to catch that with your hands, man. But Mosley and DeAndre Moore, big time on third down. Big time.
Look at the patterns, though, of those third downs. Like 3rd and 6, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 1. Like, you're getting favorable third down situations. The only one that wasn't that favorable, which was a dot from Arch Manning on that little seam hitch route to Jack Endries, that was a 3rd and 9. So you're playing ahead of the chains where that playbook is wide ass open for Sark to call anything instead of what we've seen at the worst parts of the season, which have been 3rd and 10, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 12. You've seen that more, regularly than you have just the 3rd and easy stuff, the 3rd and short. So that's a big deal. Just stay at the head of the chains, man. This self-inflicted wounds, even though you had way too many penalties for my liking in this game with a smooth 9. they weren't as timely as we've seen earlier this year. So you still got to clean that up because you're one of the worst teams in the nation in penalties, and that's the last thing you need for this 3-stretch run that you got here in November. But again, they weren't timely, and they were able to capitalize on them whenever it happened anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, man. I'm looking at this, and I'm saying, if this offensive line can do what it did and just go up from here, and you got these 2 weeks, man, you got a chance against Georgia, but Kirby's going to bring it. Here's the thing against Vanderbilt. They picked up the blitz. There were times where Vanderbilt was sending 5, 6, 7, and they picked it up. Quintramian Wisner, great job. Had a couple of big blitz pickups because Georgia's going to bring it. They're going to bring it until you show that you can stop it.
Yeah, they go stud and twist, and everything. Guys gonna be jumping on the line and moving around and all that crazy.
You saw Colin Simmons. You saw how amped Colin Simmons was. The whole Georgia defense is going to be that way. CJ Allen, all those dudes, they're going to be hungry dogs on the meat wagon for Texas. Because anytime Kirby can, put a boot in Steve Sarkisian's backside, he will. I don't know what's going on there, but and I know they're boys off the field and all that, but
they ain't boys. That's a fake relationship. I ain't buying it. They ain't boys, man. That Kirby's so fake, man. Kirby's the fakest dude in all college football, man. They ain't boys. That ship has sailed. They'll be cordial. They'll be respectful because that's what they have to do. But behind the scenes, come on, man. Now, maybe when it's all said and done and they're no longer coaching, but right now, it's personal. And I don't want Sark to be his friend either. This dude held you back from national championship, held you back from getting a way better seeding in the college football playoff, a way easier path to the big game. You should have been in New Orleans playing weak-ass Notre Dame. Still can't believe that Notre Dame team got to the championship after losing to Northern Illinois. Like, come on, man. What are we talking about here? So, yeah, Sark, it's personal because Kirby thinks that he has that advantage on you. He thinks that there's something that he just has over you that you can't mess with. And you don't want that juju or that mentality to go on through your players because that could be a thing. You never want to have one of those situations where you can't get over the hump and everybody's feeling it and everybody knows the record. You're not there yet, but it might be getting there if you lose this one. So, because Georgia, they're good. They're Georgia, but they got flaws. Like, I watched that Florida game, and Florida is solid too. We saw that when Texas went to Gainesville a month ago. Like, they still got guys on their team that can ball, even though their coach just got canned. But, yeah, they got flaws, man. That is not a perfect Georgia team. That is not those Georgia teams that we've seen in the past that were hoisted up in the national championships, with old Stetson Bennett running the show. It ain't that. Gunnar Stockton, tough as hell, though. Like, they don't quit. They don't die. And I don't know how that play wasn't a catch on Florida. I don't know. SEC officials, they were out of control this past weekend. That looked like a catch to me. My man, he had it under his arms. What is he supposed to do? Like, they showed that one side angle, which you couldn't really tell. But that looked like a catch to me. I don't know. And this is Georgia. We saw what happened against Auburn, too, where Kirby faked the timeout. I thought that was a touchdown from Jackson Arnold. Like, where the quarterback sneak. Like, Georgia? this luck that they're riding with right now, it's got to break eventually. They can't keep getting lucky. And them going to Starkville this weekend, Battle of the Bulldogs, that's going to be an interesting one too. Because Mississippi State, I don't know how it's going to go. I feel like Mississippi State, they can either get their ass whooped, which coming off of a very emotional first win in the SEC like they had against Arkansas, that could happen because they could be like, whew, we got our win. Season's good. We're good. We got our SEC win. We are good. We're not going to make a bowl game. We might. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But I hope they have some pride and play Georgia like I think they're capable of playing them. Play them like they play Texas. Because Georgia's going to come into that game against Texas. Horns are going to be rested, healthier. Like, this is a good time to play. Opportunity. This is a good time to play this Georgia team, in my opinion. Only thing I'm nervous about, which is what you mentioned earlier, Chip, with this offense, are they going to get stale a little bit having that week off? The defense, I feel good about them. Once Mookie Tav and Jelani get back, gravy. I think this defense, they're going to keep on getting better, and they're going to get a lot better in that secondary than they were these last 2 weeks. But the offense finally finding their groove these last 5 quarters plus overtime against Mississippi State. Is it going to hurt them a little bit? I don't know.
Well, I don't know if you heard during the press conference, but my man Steve Sarkisian was asked about the Humann Super Beats, baby. And listen, the Super Beats from Humann are money. I mean, we're talking about an easy way to support your heart health. I mean, Super Beats Heart Chews, they are, they're clinically studied ingredients are shown to promote healthy blood pressure nearly 2 times more than just diet and exercise alone. And here's the cool thing. Humans, backed by science, Nobel Prize winning science at the University of Texas Health Science Center. I am totally into the Humann Super Beats Heart Chews. I take the turmeric chews. I take the Glynocalyx I call it their multivitamin. It's so much more than that. But listen to Steve Sarkisian. He was asked today if he takes the Humann product, and I take this the Super Beats sports powder. I mean, I take that before I go out to work out. But here is Steve Sarkisian talking about, yeah, I do take the Humann products.
Benefits to it. There's a lot of science behind it, whether it's heart related, and clearly I have some heart issues in my past, and when you think about just being overall healthy, so it's ironic you bring this up. I was talking to the staff, that we've got get healthy and get fresh on the minds of our players. Well, we need it as a staff too. And this is, seasons can be a grind. And so we've got to make sure that we're doing the right things from a staff perspective of being healthy, getting ourselves fresh for this month of November, along with we've got to recruit this week and we got different things coming. But I think their products are proven and they're proven from a scientific standpoint. They're good for you. And so, yes, I do take Humann's products.
There you go. And you go to humann.com, Humann with 2 N's. Humann.com, put /TSU and use the promo code TSU, and you'll get 20% off your first order. And I would load up on that first order. I would get the Super Beats Heart Chews. I would get the turmeric chews. I would get the Glynocalyx. Man, I cannot say enough about the Humann products. So, and hey, it's Monday. So all night happy hour at Cover 3. You got Monday Night Football tonight. You got the Cowboys taking on the Arizona Cardinals. No Kyler Murray tonight. Cowboys are one of my picks. But get over to Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. Take it all in. All night happy hour. I mean, the vibe, the service, the food. You're going to love it. Got a $7 social hour menu. Come on. And while you're there, you'll probably see some audio-visual consultations, TVs. Hey, our man Tom McKay, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's got you covered. He's going to bring you the best price on big screen TV, so you don't need to be out there shopping around. Just call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. Tom's put big screen surround sound in 3 different houses for me over the last 30 years. Cannot recommend him highly enough. 255-8678. You're busy. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. He can get you covered on surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. avconsultations.com. And for my guys who are snoring, come on now. Sleep Cycle Center in Austin. Our man, Dr. Chad Denman, who has committed his life's work to treating sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. It is not to be messed with. And Dr. Chad has committed his life to it because sleep apnea killed his own father at the age of 60. He wants to make sure that doesn't happen to you or anyone you know. So if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It's a sign, it could be the sign of a serious health issue. I have sleep apnea. And Dr. Chad has the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have to surgery. But go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study, practically give it away so that you get the information and the treatment that you need. Sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. All right, Zay. Some of the other, can we talk about SMU beating Miami?
Well done, my friend. Well done. Congratulations.
Carson Beck, what were you thinking?
Horrible throw.
Late.
Overtime.
They
turn it over right there, Carson.
Man.
Turn over. Shout out to my girl, Cavender twin, by the way. You saw it. Let me apologize to Cavender twin. I forget which one, Haley Hannah. I forget which one that was with him because I went off on her. I blamed her. When Miami was having all the success that they were having, I was like, Carson Beck, you did what you had to do. Cut her ass off. He might have needed her, Chip. He might have been the problem. She said that he was the problem. That's what she said. I saw the Instagram photos, videos, whatever. She said that he was the problem. He was the toxic energy. I was like, come on, not Carson. He came to Miami for you. He didn't come for football. He came for the woman and football second. And now, look at him. He looked like a sad puppy in that presser after the game. They look done. I don't know what Mario Cristobal did. They look done. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, because we were talking about this Miami team being one of the best in the nation. This was just a month ago. One of the best offensive lines in the nation. There's videos going around on the algorithm for Miami folks, which somehow slipped into my algorithm, but somebody posted those guys getting off of the bus there in Dallas into SMU Stadium, and they didn't look excited to be there. Look lethargic, look just unenthusiastic, just look very, I guess we have to play today because it's on the schedule. I don't know if we want to play today. And
that was their first game outside of the state of Florida.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Their 8th game of the year was their first game outside the state of Florida. And now Beck, in his last 3 games, has 3 touchdown passes and 6 interceptions.
Yep.
And they got 2 conference losses. SMU, after Wake Forest tried to give them the game, SMU gave it back. So they lost, but at least it's to Wake Forest. If SMU wins out and gets into that ACC championship game, they can still get into the playoff. And they got the tiebreaker over Miami. And SMU still has to play Louisville. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, tough loss for Georgia Tech. North Carolina.
Yeah.
What? Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah. How about that? How about that World Series?
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, what a game 7.
Will Smith.
Oh my gosh. And he's been on the last 6 winning World Series teams.
I thought that was fake when I saw it, but it's true. It's true.
I mean, are you kidding me? That dude. He was in Atlanta when they won it. He was with the Astros when they won it. He was with the Rangers when they won it. Now he's with the Dodgers when they win it.
Which makes sense. Like game 7, this ain't nothing to me. I've been here 5 times. I've won it 5 times. Nerves. If I don't hit this ball, well, I got 5 rings too, so I might as well just give my best. Like there's none of that like panic for somebody like that. Like he looked at ease even after the game when he was celebrating. It didn't like he didn't celebrate like a normal person because this is the 6th time. Like how many times can it be? I know it's special every time, but it has to get somewhat stale, you know. And the dude just, like every kid dreams of this. Like, all right, bro, if it's that easy.
Oh, is that what it is? There's been a player named Will Smith to win the World Series the last 6 times, but not all the same Will Smith.
Oh, that makes sense. Why are there so many Will Smiths? What?
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, that home run, and he caught all 18 innings of that 18-inning game. I mean, that dude was an Iron Man. And, hey, Dave Roberts made all the right moves.
Yeah.
And how crazy that last year was all about their bullpen, and this year it was all about their starters. Like, he didn't go to the bullpen at all in game 7. He just kept recycling starters, including Yamamoto, who had just pitched 96 pitches the night before.
Tough.
And then pitched 3 innings in game 7 the next day.
He was tough.
That's so tough. Yamamoto, according to Dave Roberts, said, I'm not coming out of this game.
Could you understand him? Did he say that?
No, that's what Dave Roberts said. I couldn't understand shit from Yamamoto.
Yeah, I'm about to say, are you sure Dave Roberts heard that? Because I don't know. I feel like there's a language barrier there. I'm sure.
I mean, when he goes to the mound, he's got to bring the interpreter with him.
Yeah. Yeah, they all do. Which Shohei, I ain't buying that Shohei.
I know. Shohei understands it.
Shohei understands it.
Shohei can speak English.
Yeah, he was telling Big Papi and Alex Rodriguez and Jeter, like, thank you, my friend. Like, I don't hear no accent. Like, he got a Los Angeles accent, if you ask me. Yeah, Shohei, he a little sketchy, but you got him another one. Best player in the game. Another ring. Yeah. Clayton Kershaw ending his career with a championship.
After the
legend.
After the game, he's walking around without his shirt on. He did the post-game interview with A-Rod and Jeter and Big Papi with his shirt off.
Yeah.
He's got that dad bod going.
They all do. It's baseball. No one in baseball has a good body. I'm telling you. Like 80%, everyone looks out of shape.
And how about that play at the plate?
Yeah, what's his name? Latin brother. He came up huge.
Oh, yeah. Miguel?
Yeah.
Who made the throw?
That was a hell of a throw.
Man. Miggy Rojas.
Yeah, Rojas. Yeah.
And then how about the dude who was over in what, right field runs over, tramples the center fielder to make the catch.
Just everything went the Dodgers' way, man. I feel bad for the Blue Jays. They gotta be sick.
Oh,
They
they
gotta
will.
be sick.
Oh,
You got 2 games to clinch it at home.
home.
Since 93, that's a long time. I was still in pull-ups. That's a long time. That's a long time to try to relive that glory.
Vlad Guerrero Jr., that guy, he was so good. He was in tears after.
Yeah. And he made a huge double play. Like,
Huge.
he had a huge double play. And yeah, you gotta keep playing, man.
Oh, I love this. Luis says, hey, Chip, give Sean Adams some love from up above. Did you see that Abilene Christian beat Tarleton State?
Okay.
ACU talked some smack on social media, but had to take it down. I used to make fun of Sean because Abilene Christian years ago was lateraling to score 100 in a game. Like, some guy intercepted the ball. They were trying to run it back for a pick six. They were lateraling the ball instead of just going down. They wanted to get 100. I'm like, what kind of Christian school is that? They wanted to demoralize some people.
Yeah.
So, hey.
Put yourself in the record book. Stop us.
Yeah.
Coach.
So, Sean, how about them Abilene Christians, man? I
love that.
That's also where Shipley and Colt McCoy's dads were roommates.
Abilene Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also the team that got Shaka Smart fired.
Yeah.
Oh,
is that where Texas Tech's coach came from?
I think so. Yeah,
we got basketball getting going here.
Yep. We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes, man. I'm not ready for basketball. I am, but I'm not. Like, I'm so locked in on football, but you know how much I love the game. Duke, your first game.
Well, and your big guys, or Lacina Traore, is he going to play? Or is he?
Mathis is supposed to play. Bucky Titus, he's supposed to play. The 7-footer. Lacina Traore, I don't know. You need those guys.
Yeah,
Nick Cody's playing really well.
Okay, good.
I've heard out of a lot of people who've made a jump, Nick Cody's a guy to watch out for this season. In his sophomore year, I think he could thrive at Sean Miller's offense a little bit. Maybe defensively. We'll see how much stronger he got because he'll be playing that 4 position. Daru, the 4 is going to be huge in this game. Like Garden, Boozer, that's the game right there. If you could slow down Cameron Boozer, you have a shot. But if he gives you 30 like he did UCF, or if he gives you 25 and 23, he had 23 rebounds against Tennessee in that exhibition game last week. You're a freshman, bro. He doesn't look like, he looks like a grown-ass man. Like, he looks like Carlos Boozer. That's who he like. The other twin looks like a point guard. I don't know. It's like all the Carlos Boozer genes went to one twin, and the other twin, got little scraps of it. He's a good player, but
okay, I got one for you. I don't think it'll take you as long to watch this documentary as it took you to watch Charlie Sheen's documentary.
Still haven't finished it.
Have you seen the Allen Iverson documentary?
No, I haven't.
Oh, dude.
It's good?
Oh, my God.
What's it
on? Maybe Prime?
Maybe Prime, okay.
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal produced it.
Interesting.
And Steph Curry.
Interesting.
They're the two primary producers on it.
Well, I know Shaq and AI have a relationship because of Reebok. So I get that. The Steph Curry one, that's
Well,
interesting.
it's Stephen Curry, so I'm assuming it's Steph. It's
Yeah.
Stephen Stephen Curry, so I'm assuming that's Steph Curry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you got to check that out, dude. It is as raw as it gets.
He talking about throwing his baby mama out butt naked?
Well,
you said raw. That's the first thing I
watch. You got to watch.
Okay, man. Because that AI, I love him to death. He was a wild boy, man. He was a wild boy. I'll never forget being 10, 11 years old and reading that. Like, damn,
hey, his life is no joke.
Yeah.
That dude is from these streets.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there is no.
This fool AI was putting up 30 a game and still having the time to like roam around wherever the hell he was with a pistol looking for people, getting into altercations like that. Like, bro, you're dropping 30 on people. You don't have to do this no more.
He was trying to get money for his mom. Like she had it was rough. She had him when she was 15. And, she was trying to provide and he was trying to help her provide. It was, he got into some shit, but how crazy talented was that guy?
Oh, he was so good. He was so good. One of my favorite stories about Iverson, I don't know if he talked about this or not in the documentary, but John Thompson back in his Georgetown days, John Thompson was one of the best things for him because he took a chance on him. When AI got involved in the bowling alley accident, nobody wanted to touch Iverson because they knew a lot of luggage came with that. And John Thompson was like, oh, we could handle this luggage. The guys that I've had on my team over the years, all AI, dealing with him, that's going to be nothing. And there were times where he would try to discipline AI by making him run like normal coaches would do. Like, no one wants to run. Nobody wants to, have to run stairs or do anything punishment-wise that has to do with conditioning. And this fool AI was in such good shape, he would laugh at the punishments that John Thompson would try to give him. Like, what kind of sociopath are you, bro? You're laughing while you have to run the freaking stairs at the arena? You're laughing at the coach because you're using this as exercise while other guys are throwing up in the trash can and passing out and shit, and you're over here getting a good chuckle about it. Like, he's just different. He's just a different type of guy. I wish he played on better teams. Obviously, there were times where he wasn't the most disciplined guy, but he played hard, man. He loved the game. Clearly, just his upbringing was such a rough deal that now, with him being older, he realized all the mistakes he's made and he's paying it forward. That's one thing I love about Allen Iverson now. He is a role model now. He might not have been that then, even though he technically was, because you're always a role model when you're at that type of level in professional.
You got to watch the documentary.
I'll watch it. I love Allen Iverson.
It's on Prime. It's on Prime. Came out last month. Okay. It's a little docu-series, but you can't stop watching it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited about that. Appreciate that.
Yeah. We'll let me know when you've watched it because we'll talk about it.
All right.
All right, for the chip shot today, hey man, I'm going to talk about this offensive line and Arch Manning because what we saw some carryover from Mississippi State to Vanderbilt, and now it's got to carry over to Georgia. And the way the guys were talking after the game, Cole Hudson, Arch Manning, these guys, this was different. They weren't talking about a near-death experience. from the standpoint of having to come back 17 points down on the road in the fourth quarter. They weren't talking about having to overcome 179 yards of offense and freaking 8 first downs like they were at Kentucky, where the offensive line looked like it had never practiced before. This was a group that was picking up blitzes, that was protecting Arch Manning, no sacks, and Arch responded. There was complimentary football going on for 3 quarters. And that third quarter from Arch and that offense was enormous. Because like I said, Pavia had gotten into rhythm in the second quarter. They held the ball, Vanderbilt, for 10 minutes. They scored 10 points, outscored Texas 10-7 in that quarter. And yeah, it was 30 or 24-10 at halftime. But that third quarter was huge because they got 10 points out of it. Probably should have been 2 touchdowns, but 2 double-digit play drives from Arch, third down conversions left and right. And Texas held the ball for 10 plus minutes in the third quarter. Defense got some rest, and they needed every one of those points because obviously Pavia went nuts, and that guy's a warrior. And just like last year at Vanderbilt, Pavia's out there running tempo, making stuff happen on fourth down, 4th and 19 from his own 2. Like, that dude is up for the fight. And that was a good win. And Clark Lee, the Vanderbilt coach, said after the game, I hate it that they played like they wanted it more than we did. But they came out with that mindset. And that was big time. That was big time. I agree with you, Zay. You said earlier this is the best you've felt about Texas football all year. I agree. And now, they've shown they can get into a fight, and they'll hang in a fight. They went to Alabama and won. They went to Michigan and dominated in the first half against a really good Michigan defense. Quinn Ewers, all the credit in the world. Okay, Arch, this is your coming of age moment. Like, this is the game we've all had circled. We knew Ohio State was going to be tricky. Guys, starting the season, all the crazy hype. But if Arch and this offensive line can play like that, they'll be in this game. They will be in this game. And they're going to have to fight for 3.5 hours because, as Kirby Smart said, we're hard to kill. Lane Kiffin still can't believe it. He was up 2 scores in the fourth quarter at Georgia and lost. He's waking up in the middle of the night, still wondering how his Ole Miss team lost that game. So let's see this offense keep growing, progressing. We thought it was happening after OU. It wasn't. Now we've seen it carry over from Mississippi State to Vanderbilt, and it needs to keep going from here. So this is the biggest bye week. No one was taking Texas serious. Well, hell, Texas had a 1.4% chance of winning against Mississippi State when they were down 17 with 10 to play. When you get those kind of beat the odds results, you got to make it work. You got to realize, okay, we just got another chance. And here it is. Here it comes. And you still got A&M waiting for you. Like, Vanderbilt plays like Kentucky, Auburn, and Tennessee to finish, to go 10-2. And if Vanderbilt goes 10-2, they might be a playoff team. Texas is in an elimination game with Georgia, and maybe not even an elimination game for Georgia, because Georgia's got one loss. They could probably afford to lose to Texas and win out and still get in. Bama looking good for a playoff spot. So A&M obviously looking good for a playoff spot. Last year, SEC got 3 teams in. This year, could it be 4, 5?
Ooh,
Ole Miss wants some.
Yeah.
They're going to put this thing to the test with this committee, these new metrics, strength of schedule, all that. So
keep beating up on each other, ACC. That's what I'm loving. ACC, keep beating the crap out of each other. If we could have 2 teams in the SEC go in 10-2, oh, that'd be beautiful. That'd be beautiful, because I'd love ACC just to get one in. I feel like the Big 12 is going to somehow finesse 2, but hey, who knows? Like, the way that it's looking, guys are beating the crap out of each other in the Big 12.
Huge game this week in the Big 12. BYU at Texas Tech.
Oh, that sounds like an elimination game right there.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get a hell of a chip shot, my friend. Before the right call, though, got to give a shout out to the best car dealership in the world, Covert B Cave. How do you know that, Zay? Because my wife and I, we are Covert B Cave people. Got our Buick Encore GX there. We absolutely love it. It is perfect for my family. Champ loves it. He rides in the back seat. We got to let the doors down for him so he can get that fresh dog air that he absolutely loves. And we're just so happy in our vehicle, and y'all can be like that too. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. New, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. Find a vehicle that fits your style. Find a vehicle that fits your family, whatever that is, a crossover, SUV, truck. Covert B Cave, they will take care of you, and find a vehicle that also fits your budget. So if you want to check all that out before you get to the dealership, go online to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Shout out to my man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the crew at Covert B Cave. They are absolutely terrific. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, first off, shout out to my man Papa Kyle on Twitter. He's absolutely hilarious. If you're a Texas fan, I suggest you go follow him, because he just puts out outlandish stuff that has to do with the University of Texas. And he put this out on Saturday. Someone was walking around DKR and outside Longhorn city limits wearing a Please Be 18 Texas jersey. I don't know who this guy is, but that's hilarious and also a little troubling. But hey, it's funny. Let's just say it's funny, and let's keep it there. But wow, that's one of the funnier things I saw over the weekend. Another hilarious thing, since we are wrapping up Halloween, Chip, somebody went as your boy, Chauncey Billups, which of course pop up when I wanted it to. But there we go. Somebody went as Chauncey Billups. They got the X-ray glasses on. They got the cards behind them and everything. They got the Chauncey Billups Pistons jersey. Like, it's still sad to know that our boy Chauncey is caught up in this, man. Even though it's been a little while since we found out all the gambling reports and just things about that, but it's still sad that our man Chauncey going through it right now, to say the least. But
to say the least.
Also, Chip, you like this. Yesterday at the game, which your Lions didn't win, they were selling Amon-Ra St. Brown bobbleheads with his head on the ground, like in that famous celebration that he had last year. We didn't talk about your Lions. How are you feeling about that loss yesterday to the Vikings?
I mean, terrible, because it was at home. It was like the biggest clunker. As good as that secondary played in that game against the Buccaneers, they were terrible against JJ McCarthy. And I mean, everything, special teams, defense, everything was bad. They couldn't run it, but you're going to have a game like that. It's too bad it was at home in the division. Cause I mean, the Lions are tied with the Bears right now at 5-3. Like, there's time, they can get it right, but that was bad. That was bad. Now Packers are doing crazy stuff. Like, they're keeping the Lions in it.
They really are. I don't know how you lose to the Panthers. Jordan Love had some horrible throws yesterday. Like, horrible throws. And I don't know what was more ugly in that game, Jordan Love's throws or the Packers throwback jerseys. They need to stop wearing those. I get it. They're paying homage to, like, the first team ever in NFL history, but those are some of the ugliest uniforms. Like, even the throwbacks, there's no like, fly throwbacks for those.
Horrible.
Like, they're horrible. Stop doing them. Stop making them play in those jerseys once a year. Like, the iconic green and gold that they already have, keep that. Just keep that. Stick with that. They're not like the creamsicle jerseys that Tampa Bay wears. They're not like the fly-ass throwbacks that the Seahawks wear. Did you see those? Those are so clean.
I love those
jerseys. Those jerseys, man, of course you got to play good when you're rocking those. They put it on the Commanders yesterday, which, get well soon, Jaden Daniels. That looked ugly. And I know Dan Quinn, they're giving it to him, that fan base, because you're down 38-6 or whatever the hell it was, 38-7. Take him out the game. Like, that game's over. I know NFL quarterbacks don't go out the game ever. That's just not a thing. But, yeah, their season's done. I would be very surprised if we saw Jaden Daniels again this year. Like, I would say, hey, that's it, buddy. Like, you're too much of a value to us as our franchise player to put you in games that don't matter anymore. So, yeah, turn over those keys to Marcus Mariota if you're smart. But, yeah.
By the way, you went 3-0 in the NFL.
All right. We'll take it.
You had the Bills, you had the Broncos, and you had the Falcons. Falcons covered. Should have won.
Yo, the kicker smoked it. Yo, they just got rid of Young Ho Koo. They just got rid of him to bring in this guy. All you need is a PAT, man. I get it. It's not the same PAT that it used to be, but you're an NFL kicker. You got to make the kick, bro. To miss it and then lose by one. Like, Bijan Robinson doesn't deserve this, man. I'm right there with you, CB. He doesn't deserve this. Running backs, they don't have long in the NFL. You got to make the most out of their career, especially with a talent like Bijan Robinson. And the fact that they just give away games like this, I can't stand watching the Falcons. They're so frustrating. They're so talented, too. Like Kyle Pitts, he's never lived up to anything that he was supposed to live up to, but you see the talent there. Drake London's a hell of a receiver. He could play. Like, he's really freaking good. But, you know, Michael Penix, you see those flashes with him. It's just, they just find ways to lose. They just find ways to lose, man. And by the way, Jaden Daniels' mom is out of control, and quite frankly, I think she needs to step back. Zay, did you see how she was spending the hell out of her son's money on those ridiculous custom leather pants? I love that woman. It's hard for me to, besides her just being the helicopter mom, I don't know if she's blowing his money like that. I think, you know, isn't she his agent? So let's say it's the 5% that they get, or however much the agent usually gets. Let's say she's taking that. But I saw 50 Cent at the game yesterday, Chip. He was on the field wearing a Commander's jacket, talking to Jaden Daniels' mama. 50 Cent's never been a Commanders fan. 50, I know your game, bro. I know your game. He was talking with Jane and Daniel's mama. They hugging. She's complimenting his jacket and stuff. And 50's over here smiling and giggling and stuff. 50, I see your game, bro. From player to player, I see your game. I feel you, but you ain't slick. You're not slick at all. Like Jaden Daniels' mama, she looked good, so I get it. But nah, let her spend the money, Troy. Let her spend some of that money. She earned it. She raised that boy by herself. Let her enjoy it.
All right, let's open up the gym here. Bring in Patrick and Matt. My man Zay's encouraging guys to go broke.
I letting their mama spend a little money. That's their mama.
Hey, a little money. She don't need to be going crazy.
Oh my, she's not going crazy.
You can't be watching people's pocketbooks, man. You don't know.
I've watched them burn it up.
I've seen it too. I don't know if pants would be my stopping point. I get their expense.
Let him get to that second contract.
Well,
I
how
agree to get
expensive are the pants?
Yeah, we don't know.
The pants
could be
are
5%.
expensive.
Yeah, it could be 5%. She's
right.
an agent. She's saving him money. But I'll talk about something you can spend money on, Chip. I saw this morning. AC/DC's coming back to Texas in July. San Antonio and Houston. So if you do want to go, tickets go on sale Friday for them.
Ah, that is such great news. Friday.
So I'll put it in there for you. So now you can go. Now we got to watch Chip's pocketbooks because those tickets are not
I'm
cheap.
on it. Hey, appreciate y'all.
See you guys.
See you tomorrow.
Later, guys.
Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, he's the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And over on the chat here on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. A lot to get into on the show today. Of course, another win for Texas means we're alive for another week. But Matt, I know you were out having fun at the beach in Florida and at the wedding. How was everything going this weekend, Matt?
It was great. Key West is awesome. It's like beachfront New Orleans. And yes, there are beaches. The wedding was on a beach. There aren't very many beaches, but there is at least one beach that the wedding was on. But it was a lot of fun. Phenomenal weekend. Horrible day of travel yesterday. That was brutal. I hate airports forever. I got to the Key West airport at 9:30 in the morning, and I got home at 10:30 last night. And on my flight, I had a connecting flight from Key West to Dallas and Dallas to Houston. On my flight from Dallas to Houston, there was a woman who had 3 kids who was sitting in the road behind me. All could not have been older than 4 years old. And one of them was screaming bloody murder the entire hour of the flight.
It's okay. It's not like you were hungover or anything, was it?
Not at all. Not at all.
Not like you were in no mood for that whatsoever. So little sunburnt, completely dehydrated, just trying to get through the day. And that happens. Never fun. What's up, CB? Welcome in, everybody, here on a Monday afternoon. We appreciate you joining us. You got some Sark audio in a little bit. Break down the game. Cowboys play tonight as well. Jerry Jones has said he's made a trade, I think, but I don't know if he was just referencing the Micah Parsons trade or if there's another trade that's coming out. But on an interview a couple hours ago, he said, we've got a couple trades that are close, and I've already made one to help fix our defense that they'll play right away or something to that effect. And you don't know if it was the Micah Parsons trade meant he was using semantics to make it seem like he's done something or not. The trade deadline is tomorrow. So we'll get more into the trade deadline tomorrow. I don't know what time it is tomorrow. So maybe before the show, but we'll see what happens there. We have a little bit more time to talk about that. Texas basketball, women's basketball starts tonight against Incarnate Word. Tomorrow, Texas men's play against Duke. So we got tons to get into on a bye week before we go to Georgia. But different feeling about this team this morning, right? Man, you feel a little bit better about it after, being able to see an offense that looked like an offense for a few quarters.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Texas took belt to ass to Vanderbilt for about 45, 50 minutes of that football game. And that's, I said at one point, when Texas was up 31-10, it's like people aren't going to count this one because it's Vanderbilt. And now all of a sudden that Texas beats Vanderbilt, Vandy's overrated. Vandy wasn't any good. Vandy this, Vandy that. Vanderbilt's a really good football team.
Yeah.
And that cannot be discounted. Not only, was their offense very deliberate and very hard to stop, they had a solid defense. They were only giving up 20 points a game. They were, in terms of rushing defense, they were 6th in the SEC, only allowing 101 yards per game. Their passing defense, they're only giving up 232 yards per game. And then in total defense, they were right in the middle of the SEC, ranked 9th, 334 yards per game. So that was a good defense. And that was a very tough offense to stop if you don't get them off of their rhythm and force them to do things a little bit differently, which Texas did.
Yeah.
And we saw that pass rush also continue to come to life. Texas now leads the country in sacks. We said after the Sam Houston State game, Patrick and I both said, I know that the sack numbers aren't exactly there, but be patient. When you get to SEC play, teams are going to try to play their game a lot more. And guess what happened? Now, Texas leads the country in sacks.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, Patrick.
No, that is starting to turn a lot of the things around in there. It felt good to see the offensive line play the best they've played all season long. The Connor Robertson, Cole Hudson lineup that we've been hoping for seemed to do some magic. We saw that the move up for AJ Milwee into the box seems to be helping out Sark's play calling a little bit more as he's been able to make some moves in there. So a lot of positives in that one. And I know Matt's biggest happiness of the weekend, though, came because Hugh Freeze got fired.
Who could have seen that coming?
Who could have seen that coming?
Nobody deserves it more. I saw a report right before I hopped on the air from John Talty, who's a really good reporter, that before home games on Fridays, Hugh Freeze was going to the golf course just to watch people golf. If that's not a coach who's dedicated to winning football games, I don't know what is, Patrick.
I mean, that guy seems like he is he's really trying to go for it then, trying to get that winning football on Saturdays. Look, we both knew going into the season, putting all of your hopes on Jackson Arnold was probably not going to be the best way to try and win. It felt like that was kind of doomed from the start. And I just, it's the line of where you see it. And we saw Hugh Freeze like a week ago was basically asked what he would ask for his retractor. He's like, patience. He's like, we're so close. And you're like, but you're the same amount of close as you've been for 3 years now. Like, you haven't really gotten better or worse. You're just always right there in a lot of games, but you're not winning those games. And so there's no progress, it feels like, and you keep coming up short. It feels like, the time there. And now that everyone's just fully into, we got to fire a coach. And I don't know who's hiring everybody, but man, there's a lot of open jobs now.
Well, here's a couple things. Number one, Auburn was never close. I don't care how many good games they were in. They were 6-7 in his first year. They were 5-7 in his next year. And they were 4-5, 1-5 in the SEC this year. If you Google Hugh Freeze, go Google Hugh Freeze right now and see what the first picture that comes up is. It's him playing golf.
Of course it is.
And I think that there's a lot of misconception about what Auburn actually is. I don't think that's a very good job. In fact, I think that, I saw I think it was the Montgomery Advisor put out a hot board for Auburn, and they had Lane Kiffin as the number one name. There's no way in hell Lane Kiffin is going to Auburn, especially now when LSU and Florida are up there. But Hugh Freeze won at Ole Miss. Hugh Freeze won at Liberty. He didn't win at Auburn. Brian Harsin won at Boise State. He was one of the hottest coaching candidates on earth when he was offensive coordinator at Texas. He couldn't win at Auburn.
No.
The only reason that Auburn got a national championship within the last 20 years was because Cam Newton was effing Superman, and he put that team on his back and led them to a national title. So it's not the job that everybody thinks it is. You have to hire somebody special at Auburn to win. And some of the names that I've seen, like maybe John Summerall could be special. He's a really good football coach. But another name that I've seen a lot, Jimbo Fisher. Ain't gonna work.
Oh, I love that hire though. That is just
I would love
fun
it
hire. That's a fun hire for Auburn right there. Yeah, because I think you want to hire someone that's like there's potential and hope, and you can kind of bring it back down. But if you hire Jimbo Fisher, then you're also saying once again our expectations are playoffs or bust.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's like because that's kind of the thing, you just have to keep setting expectations. And like 2025, I get there's more playoff spots, so more teams can be in the playoffs, but it's still not like it is not this big open invitation that everyone can have those expectations. Like there's 12 to 13 teams in the SEC who believe they should be in the playoffs every year. You're like, that is just not feasible because you're going to get 3 to 4 in every year. And maybe you'll get 5 when it goes to 16. But still, you're like, there's just a lot of teams who believe they need to be there. And maybe Auburn has to step it back a little bit. Now, I agree Hugh Freeze was not the right answer, but I probably wouldn't have picked Hugh Freeze from day one. So maybe that's more why.
Neither would I. Here's who I actually think Auburn should hire. And people are maybe going to call me an idiot, and that's fine. But if you want to stabilize your program, hire James Franklin.
Yeah, no, that's a decent one if you bring him in.
Yeah, he would be good enough to get you back on track to being where you want to go. And then when he can't beat anybody in the top 10 over the next 5 years, then you fire him and go find somebody else that's better.
Yeah, I like that. But that was it was definitely a push there for a push there. I had to mention it because I know Matt is enjoying dancing on the grave of Hugh Freeze at the end of this. We got this on the text line. Shout out Mark there. Hook 'em.
Just real quick. I don't want people to lose their jobs. I hate that head coaches are getting fired like they're, burnt toast or something. But in this specific case, I have never been happier to see somebody lose their job. He is a scumbag.
Oh, I'm aware of it. We did get this on the text line too. It says, will you guys please dance on the graves of all the bench Arch Manning fans now? Oh, and I don't want to dance on the graves because, by the way, they could easily come back in 2 weeks. I'll just say that because we saw what happened against Georgia last year. So I think all of that is a realistic. There could be that world could come back that, Arch Manning's had a couple good weeks. He's starting to play a little bit better. The thing that we said of why not to bench Arch Manning is starting to show of he just needed more time and needs more snaps, and being on the bench is not going to help him with those snaps. So I think all the times where he did struggle have helped him get to where he's at now. The only way we could technically really dance on the graves of the bench Arch Manning people is if Matthew Caldwell came in and played this game and we lost by 50 because he couldn't complete a pass. Then we could be like, yeah, all right, dummies, this is what you think. But we don't know that. Matthew Caldwell still may be a really good quarterback. I don't want to disparage that. So I will say I think that they're wrong. I have said from the beginning I think that's a wrong statement to bench Arch Manning because his ceiling is just going to be so much higher. And when he gets there in the next couple of years, it's going to be really, really fun. And we're starting to see it as he went in to this matchup against Vanderbilt, where, again, you said earlier, as soon as you see Texas go up on Vanderbilt, all of a sudden Vanderbilt doesn't matter anymore and the number 9 ranking is wrong and all of that. The reality is Vanderbilt's a really good team. Texas matched up really well against Vanderbilt. And so in that world, yeah, it was a mismatch in the sense of both teams wanted to do was there. But I'll tell you this, Vanderbilt has won on the line of scrimmage in all but one game before this, and that was Alabama. Every other game, they have won the line of scrimmage. So this is a really, really big piece for Texas who has had troubles, especially on the offensive line. But even last week, someone on the defensive line at times, they weren't getting pressure, and sometimes in last few weeks, that especially against like Florida and other teams like that, they weren't necessarily winning on both sides of the line. To win both sides of the line of scrimmage, get the sacks, the tackles for loss, the pressures. They let Diego Pavia do what he does. Elite pest. CB says worst officiated Texas game since Oklahoma State game in 2015. The end of it for sure. But when I saw Pavia pull down Phil Simi on the sideline, you were like, I was just elite pest. Elite. One of the greatest pests you will ever see in college football, to realize, hey, I need to rile up my team, so I'm going to fake getting into a fight over here. Just solid work.
And did you see that his brother got kicked out of the game?
Of course he did.
Yeah, because he was being an asshole. Okay, I'll start with Arch. I'm not going to say I told you so, because I still think that there's a lot left to do this season before you can kind of, stand on your high horse and be like, see, I told you he was going to be great. And I'm not trying to do this every time he has a good game, I promise. But I'm not the only person that said this. So it's not just me. That's the best game he's played as a Texas Longhorn.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
And I don't think I don't think that that's up for debate. Like I thought Oklahoma to that point was the best game that he's played. In that like final quarter against Mississippi State was some of the best football that I've ever seen him play. That was the best complete game that he has ever played in a Texas Longhorns uniform. And he even made the joke, like maybe the concussion,
yes,
actually was a good thing. I thought that was hilarious. And I could sit here right now and I could make the argument to you that through the first 11 games, Arch Manning is the best quarterback through his first 11 games since like the turn of the century. Statistically, he is right there. He is, if you include rushing touchdowns, he only has one less touchdown than Colt McCoy did through his first 11 games. The passing numbers are better than Quinn. They're better than Vint. They're better than Sam Ehlinger. All of it.
No, so, and did a lot of it with no O-line.
Yes. And look what happens. That was exactly going to be my next point, Patrick. Look what happens when you give Arch Manning some protection and some time to throw the football. This week, they allowed 6 pressures by Vanderbilt. 6. In their other SEC games, they allowed 36 to Florida, 18 to Oklahoma, 23 to Kentucky, and 26 to Mississippi State. Then they make the switch. They put Cole Hudson at left guard. They put Connor Robertson at center. They allow 6 pressures, and they run the football well.
Yeah.
It was a complete game changer. And let's also say Arch didn't have his best receiver for the majority of that football game.
Yeah.
Ryan Wingo went out after his second catch. Arch hit 10 different receivers in that game, Patrick. It was unbelievable. He played fantastically. And I'm not sure that based on the way that game went, Matthew Caldwell probably could have won that game. Just if Texas would have come out and played the same style.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't have been up 31-10. I'll tell you that.
No, I agree with you. I think that there's a lot in there. I mean, I think the Emmett Mosley factor in this game was big. Yep. That, especially with Wingo getting hurt, and then Dalen McCutcheon has an injury. And we just keep seeing guys kind of going, and, even Mosley at a point got nicked up, and it kind of was off holding his stomach. Like, dude, we can't have that. It's way too many injuries in this game. Way too many. It doesn't feel like any of them are going to be super long-term, though, from what Sark was saying. It doesn't feel like any of those are long-term injuries. But so hopefully the bye week will get everybody healthy and feeling good and get Taft back. But Emmett Mosley being back, huge to be able to get Mosley, 7 catches in this game and starting to fill more into that Matt Golden role of last year of just really being in the right spots to be, only 9.9 yards per catch. It's not about that. It's about being in the right place at the right time so that Arch can get rid of the ball on schedule. and you can stay on schedule. That if a Wingo or Livingston isn't out doing something, you can get the ball to Mosley. And he did that job great. So I think that piece of it is really big. I agree with you, CB. I think if they get that onside kick, they win. I think if they get that onside kick and win, it's a travesty. Now, granted, SEC officials have given away some games to other teams this year, but good Lord. I mean, missing the pass interference call and then calling it a touchdown and then having to review it so we all get to watch the pass interference over and over again. Really kind of shooting yourself in the foot on that one. The 2-point conversion, and I get people being like, well, it's just got to cross the plane. I'm just like, but it's never been officiated this way, ever.
Well, we've never crossed the plane.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying in that sense, there's 700 more points this season. If we're gonna go to like that's a touchdown, it's insane to me because it's just never been officiated that way, and for them to keep the call blows my mind. That one I thought was ridiculous. We did see the injuries problems for Texas rear its head. They lost 3 safeties in the game, and it was blatantly obvious in the fourth quarter. That was one of the reasons there were so many broken coverages is because everyone kept getting hurt in the secondary and especially in the safeties in setting up and making sure the communication was there. Once Jelani McDonald went down, the communication in the secondary completely basically evaporated. It was gone. And so then they were lining up. You get the Eli Stowers touchdown, which is just Ty Anthony Smith lining up incorrectly and no one being over there. I texted Matt after that happened. I'm like, that's Michael Taft that's not a touchdown if Michael Taft's on the field. Just because he knows this game really, really, really well. That's why he is. By the way, I don't know if there's been a better argument for Michael Taft being an All-American than this game and him being out of the last game.
The last 2 games.
The last 2 games. I don't know if there's a better argument of what he means to this team than those 2 games and just how much different the secondary is with him or without him on the field.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the officiating first, they also called that false start on Texas that should have been an offsides against Vanderbilt, which was awful.
Yep.
Their explanation on the broadcast for the 2-point conversion was one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard in my life. Did you hear what they said?
That the white disappeared that the camera's slightly offset.
Yeah, the camera was offset. So if the camera was right on the line, they think that he probably would have made it in. Huh? You can't do that. You can't make assumptions when you're doing replays. You have to have indisputable video evidence that is a correct call. Also, I'll tell you one other thing that didn't help the defense, Patrick. That defense played more snaps over the last 2 weeks leading into this football game than any other defense in the country. So in the fourth quarter, even with the injuries, they were gassed. They had to be gassed. There's no way they weren't. That touchdown that with the broken coverage, I think really set Vanderbilt up to make that run. But the officiating was abhorrent. It was one of the worst officiated games I've ever seen. And the SEC continues to do this week in and week out.
Yeah.
So now with Texas going to Georgia in 2 weeks, it would be ridiculous to even think that there won't be some controversial BS calls in that football game that lean in Georgia's favor because Georgia gets more calls than anybody in the SEC right now.
I know.
What happened against Florida?
I'm just hoping they have the type of home refs we had, man. That's all I'm hoping that they get that. It was just too much. Joe, I'm with you too. I was watching that and I was like, did they have 3.5? Like, this is really egregious.
No, they had 3.
Well, no, I thought with 3.5 they cover.
Cover
if they let it down. So I thought they maybe cut it. I was like, this is insane that it's going this way. And then you're not making up for it anywhere. I think they had one that was kind of like a makeup call in there. That was a hands to the face or something to that effect. Later in there, they missed a bunch of holds. That was also on the one where Phil Simi goes the outside with Pavia. They just miss a blatant hold right on the play where he's holding him and then pushes him in the back. Pavia goes by, and you're like, we're not gonna call that one either. So,
yeah, Colin Simmons was getting held on every play.
Yeah, it was a lot. But this is the good news. Texas won. So we can say how awful it was that it was officiating. It probably shouldn't have been that close for a couple reasons. Texas did have their faults in that for sure. because if they would have just played a little bit better defense, they would have at least slowed them down. But allowing them to have explosive plays like that, you can't do. Pavia did what he always does. And, I mean, he is a good player. He does what he does well. And he was just able to keep finding those. That first drive of the third quarter, though, for Texas, we get put all the way back. Texas gets a stop, a 3-and-out to start the third quarter, right? Huge. Start second half, 3-and-out, punt the ball off, goes down to the 7-yard line. And you're like, okay, well, the momentum kind of changed at the end of the first half when they got down and scored, and it felt like maybe this was going to be a tighter game in the second half. And then they led a 93-yard drive down the field. That is such a huge moment in this game for Texas yesterday, because it just takes it takes all the momentum back to Texas' side. It slows them down even more. You use 5 minutes, 15 seconds on that one. You come back, you stop them after 8 plays on the next one. They miss that field goal. And then you get another 5-minute drive. So even though you knew Vanderbilt's going to get going at some point, like just because they have been every week, they get something going. They have the same thing that Texas had against Mississippi State of a never have die attitude. They were still chirping and talking trash the entire game. Like they felt like they were going to come back, and Texas just held the ball enough that it was able to cut away the time that Vanderbilt was going to be able to come back. And yes, the officials made it closer. Blown coverages made it closer than it should have been, but Texas really dominated everything until it just felt like it kind of felt. The rain was very apropos to how this game wins. Was that it started raining and you were like, yeah, no, everything's just going to go wrong at some point.
Are we allowed to say the F word on this podcast?
I mean, we can't.
On the show?
We don't always say it, but we can. There's no restrictions.
Okay, well, that 11-play, 93-yard drive.
Yeah.
I thought Todd McShay had the perfect analysis for this drive. It was Arch Manning's fuck you, stop me drive.
Yeah.
He just beamed him down the field, making throw after throw after throw. And that was probably the best drive of the season for him by far. It was an incredibly well done drive. And at the very beginning of it, they got into like a 3rd and 5 or a 3rd and 4. And then he just throws a dot. And then after that, it was boom, 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 boom. And that was ostensibly the drive that won Texas the football game. It was a very well done drive by Arch. It was an extremely well called drive by Sark.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to give a shout out to the Sark should stop calling plays crowd as well. Seems like he's figured it out.
He's done a lot better the last couple of weeks. Done a lot better.
Just saying, like, they figured something out. And I'm not saying they're going to go to Georgia and put up 35 points.
Yeah.
But they certainly could, because Georgia's defense is not very good right now.
Well, I think this is the biggest piece of that, Matt, is we've now seen a team that we know can go to Georgia and compete. Whether or not that team gets on the plane and on the bus and shows up in Athens, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there is a Texas team that does exist this season that can beat Georgia in Athens. I don't know if they'll be there that day.
If the Texas team that shows up to Georgia and against Arkansas and against Texas A&M is the same team that showed up through the first 3 quarters and change offensively against Vanderbilt, they're going to make the playoff.
I hope so. I mean, that's the thing right now, is that this is a Texas team that we see continuing to grow. Now you have a bye week and you go to Georgia. If you're able to continue to grow through the Georgia game and then grow in the Arkansas game and then go to a really, really good Texas A&M team who right now is better than Georgia. Now, they don't necessarily have the skins on the wall that Georgia has against us, where they have just been dominant against us lately. Now, granted, we were going to beat them if Carson Beck doesn't get hurt in the SEC championship game, but they still beat us there too. So I think that there's some more, history with Georgia than A&M, at least recently. Texas has done pretty well against A&M recently. So, but that game's going to be really, really tough too. But if we're continuing to grow and get better, as opposed to where it felt a little bit stagnant in there, it gets in there. Joe, I'll play this clip from the post game that I really liked about Sark. Let's see if it's in here. I'll see if I can find it. But Sark talked about spreading the ball out a little bit more and his play calling and the change in the play calling, which I really liked. Because to me, that was something that was much bigger.
Well, and the thing is, they were able to do that too while still running the football. Yeah, that's what made it work.
So this is the clip from the post game where Sark was asked about running more 11 personnel than he had been running normally. They run a lot of 2 tight ends. Spencer Shannon still is just not quite finding it yet. But luckily, Jordan Washington is playing better football, so they're being able to use him a little bit more. Jack Indries got involved in this game more than he has been able to because of the offensive line holding. But here was Sark asked about using more 11 personnel in this game, and if it was something he learned from Mississippi State, where they did spread the ball out a little bit more at the end of that game, or if it was just something different in this game. Here's what Sark said in the post game.
It was part of the plan. Clearly, we were trying to create some space in the game, and really a lot of what we're doing was going to be actually 12 personnel with broken sets to open our sets up. But I felt like when the ball got on the perimeter early in the game, they had a hard time tackling our guys. I thought our guys were playing fast in space. And so I kind of shifted even more in that direction. It was part of the plan, but it became a real part of the plan once I realized like they're having a hard time getting us on the ground. And it was probably the best way for us in this game to be effective on first down. Their interior defensive front was really good. And so once it started going that direction, we kind of just stuck with it. And like I said, I felt like there was probably a little more there in the run game that there was more meat on the bone that hopefully we can take advantage of more next time.
So there's what Sark said in the post game about that. That wasn't the game plan. We were going to run some of it, but we wanted to run more 12 personnel, maybe split out Indries a little bit more to give us a little bit more space in there instead of bunching it up. But it felt like they just kind of started to figure out what was working and went with that. And that's good play calling. That is what you want to see, is somebody stepping up into the game and, making those decisions in there. This is what looks like is working better. This is seeming to get them off. And I mean, you can't say getting the ball to the outside doesn't work better than the first play of the game being a touchdown when Wingo just runs through people. But a big moment there for Texas to change things up and Sark to show that he can be malleable and not just stick to what he thought was going to work at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean that's what good play callers do, is they figure out what's working quickly and they change their plan and they adapt. And that's why he is one of the best at doing it. And it's also, I think, it's kind of proven at this point that the majority of Texas's offensive issues this season weren't due to Sark's play calling. They were due to the players not executing what's called.
Yeah.
And we've shown evidence in that in my film reviews throughout the weeks, because there are guys open a lot. Like, has he called every game perfectly? No. But that is what good play callers do. And when your players execute at a high level of what you're trying to do, then you're going to be successful. And that's what Texas did. Also, he talked about missed tackles and Vanderbilt having a hard time getting them on the ground. Can we investigate a little bit Vanderbilt safety number 8, CJ Hurd, for point shaving or something? Because that dude missed so many tackles. I was doing my film review and
he's a really good tackler.
He is. And
we had done on Friday. I did my players to know on Friday, right? And his name was, guys, this is the guy who cleans up the mess. There's a secondary who isn't great. He cleans it up. And he just completely fell apart in this game and missed so many tackles.
5 or 6 by my account that were on big plays. He just couldn't wrap people up. And I joke about the point shaving thing, but like, when your best player in the secondary can't get anybody on the ground, you're having a real hard time.
Yeah, no, it was that. And that is one of the pieces of what about what Texas is starting to figure out and starting to, find what their personnel does well and where they're able to use them. And Ryan Wingo is one of those guys. He's still not having all the best luck in catching the football everywhere on the field. We didn't even get to see him try to do it much this week. He caught 2 passes on 2 targets and then hurt his thumb. That's going to make it even harder to catch some of those passes now. So it's going to be weird to see how they use him coming back from that. But Sark was asked about Ryan Wingo and what seems to click where he's starting to play better. He's asked about, how is he starting to have these monstrous plays all of a sudden? Here's what Sark had to say this morning about Ryan Wingo's growth as a player.
This offense, historically, we've always had to have somebody with some juice, with some speed we can force people to play not only vertically but horizontally to defend us. And the one thing that we've really challenged not only Ryan but all the receivers on is to trust their speed. Where Ryan is unique is, yes, he's got speed, but he's got size. And he's running through tacklers now as opposed to breaking down and trying to make them miss. And I think a lot of other guys are doing that more. We need to continue to play that way. We're probably a faster football team than we give ourselves credit for. And he's a living example of trusting his speed. And you're not going to break every ball for a touchdown, but you can gain extra yards that way. And I thought there was a great example of Parker on their far sideline. There was a great example of Dalen McCutcheon on our sideline near the end zone of really trusting their speed and getting positive yards. But when we do that, that forces the defense to play with really good angles. That forces them to be a little more reactionary to some of those bubble throws, and that should open some other things up for us down the field.
So there is Sark talking about Ryan Wingo, maybe some of the other guys' growth so far this season. And that's one of the things he talked about was being a more physical player for Ryan Wingo. And I think that's what we've seen on these last couple of screen passes is instead of stopping and trying to make a cut and slowing yourself down, just run a straight line and see if they can stop you. And we saw it. They just missed a bunch of tackles where he wasn't necessarily being as elusive as a guy as he's been in the past, but it also meant that no one could catch up to the play. So in some of the other plays where he may get past 2 guys, he still gets hit 10 yards downfield because someone else can get over there in time. But as long as he's keeping moving forward, then they're still chasing him down the field, and he was just able to break another one of those in the first play of the game, which is great to see. And as much as we have given this coaching staff a lot of flack this season, and a lot of it earned that the players were not ready to go week 1 or week 2, week 3 or week 4 or week 5, that they are still coaching these guys up and getting them in a position where they need to be, where even though some things did not go right earlier this season, you were still in a great position to accomplish everything you set out to do at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and in terms of Ryan Wingo just running through tackles, that's why when I pointed out that slant that he dropped against Mississippi State, because there was a defender there. But if Ryan Wingo catches that ball and just runs, odds are he's going to at least fall forward or run through that guy's tackle, because he's 6'2", 210 pounds. He's a big dude, and he runs like a deer. And it's really hard, no matter how hard of a tackler you are, when a guy that size is running at that speed, to just stop him, cold turkey, like head on, just stop him right in his tracks. It's really hard to do. So if they can figure out ways to get him in space and do things like that more often, I think that they're going to be in good shape. And the good thing is it's not a broken thumb, I don't think, for Ryan Wingo. I think it's a dislocated thumb, which is a lot easier to recover from in terms of like what you're able to do with your thumb, I think, than a broken bone. He does have to grip a football, but he doesn't have to throw it. So that's a good thing. But yeah, you got to give credit to the coaching staff, because it seems like after the Kentucky game, they made some kind of a change in the way that they were going to do things.
Yeah.
And it's really paid off. And had Cole Hudson been available against Mississippi State, I wonder how that protection would have gone and how the offense would have flowed a little bit better in that football game. But then maybe if he's not in that football game, they don't go to the spread. They don't have to go to the spread stuff in the fourth quarter. And then they don't be like, oh yeah, we're really good when we spread the ball around with all these guys who can run super freaking fast. And you also have to give a lot of credit to the players, the receivers specifically, and Trey Wisner. All of them were making guys miss in this football game.
Yeah.
All of them were. DeAndre Moore had one going across the middle where he made a couple guys miss, ended up getting like 10 extra yards on the play.
Yes.
Parker Livingstone got a couple first downs making a guy miss. Mosley did it. Wisner did it. Like McCutcheon did it. All these guys were making people miss, and I thought that was huge.
No, it was. I mean, hell, Dalen McCutcheon came in, at least fell forward. He came in his plays, and he just kind of went forward. And, he wasn't necessarily doing anything special, but it was enough to pick up 9 yards, both, when he's trying to catch the ball. So he got a 14-yard catch in there. And that's what you want to see out of guys like that. But we'll see. Sark was also asked today about winning the lines of scrimmage. We talked about that a little bit, how important that is, especially in SEC play. That was basically the conversation we had for 2-3 years before Texas ended up in the SEC, was how can you win the line of scrimmage in SEC play? How do you go into the SEC and play like that? And Vanderbilt is a team that historically has not been that team. But this year, again, every team they have played other than Alabama, they have won both lines of scrimmage. And that's how they've been able to be as good as they were. That's how they were 7-1. Texas was able to come out, and now they won the defensive line of scrimmage some. They dominated the defensive line of scrimmage in this game. They were able to make a really good offensive line who's played great this season look inept at certain times. Now, part of that, too, is Pavia holds on to the ball forever sometimes, thinking he can make magic happen. And there were some of those sacks here, like, that's not on your own line. This play is like 7 seconds in. You should not be behind the line of scrimmage 7 seconds in. And other ones were just really good plays. I said before, I thought Ethan Burke was going to have a good game. 2 sacks in this game. Played really well. So we saw a lot of that. But then Texas offensive-wise has not won the line of scrimmage very often. Maybe Oklahoma is the one game they won the line of scrimmage on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a maybe at best.
Because we actually could run the football in that game, and Trey Wisner ran it. But that's as close we got. This one decisively, they won, did not allow a sack, did not allow a lot of pressures, only allowed 1 tackle for loss, had more rushing yards than they had. Here's what Sark had to say about winning the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I'm excited because I think we're getting better. I really do. I think we're getting better as a team. And again, that's why I don't think the score was kind of indicative of how the game went. We got to play better in the fourth quarter. Don't get me wrong. But we're playing better football right now. We're taking care of the ball. We've had 1 turnover in 4 games. We're taking care of the ball better. We're creating turnovers. We're stopping the run. We're starting to run the ball better. We need to run it better. We're converting third downs. We're doing a lot of things really well. We're playing better at the line of scrimmage now on both sides of the ball. So we're getting better. And so, yeah, to your point, I am excited that we were able to play a team in that style of game and minimize their strengths and make it a strength of ours. And so there was a lot of things to point to in that game where it's like, okay, we're starting to hit our stride a little bit more. And there's some things to clean up. We're not a finished product, but we're getting better. And that's a credit to our players of working at their craft. That's a credit to the coaches of trying to put players in the right position to be successful, whether it's schematically or personnel grouping wise. But I think there's a level of confidence right now with our team of, man, we're getting better. We got to stay the course because we're going to need to be better over the next 3 weeks for sure.
And that's where you want to see it. We're getting better. We're starting to figure it out. The Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson pairing seemed to be much better about that. I'll play a clip about that in a second too. But this is a team that you knew you matched up well. You knew you hadn't been home in 40-something days. You knew that everything was riding on a really big game to beat another top 10 team, which, by the way, the Oklahoma beat Tennessee this week. So Oklahoma does win another big game. As much as we have written off that maybe they don't win another game, they beat Tennessee. So they're still ranked up there. So that's still a very quality win for Texas right now against Oklahoma. It's a quality win against Vanderbilt. I think they will have, I don't think their schedule is that hard the rest of the season. So they should be able to win some more games.
They got Tennessee at the end of the year, but that's pretty much the last kind of landmine on their schedule. Oklahoma probably shouldn't have won that game against Tennessee, but they did. John Mateer still wasn't very good, but they did because their defense is it turns out it's pretty dang good, and that they've figured out a running attack too, which has been big for them. I want to give we're going to talk about the Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson thing, but I want to give a shout out to Brandon Baker real quick.
Yeah.
Over the last 2 games, he has been unbelievable. Against Mississippi State, he had on 58 pass block snaps, he didn't allow a single sack. He only allowed 1 pressure. Against Vanderbilt, he had 37 pass block snaps, 0 sacks, 0 pressures, 85.9 pass block grade. He has been really, really good the last couple of weeks, and that has been huge because he was a little bit of a liability for the majority of the season. He wasn't very good against Kentucky, wasn't very good against Oklahoma. He was dreadful against Florida. He's figured something out. The move to Cole Hudson at left guard seems to have really helped the communication of that offensive line, which we're going to talk about here, but it looks like a different O-line, and they're making good decisions too. Like DJ Campbell, I'll point this out in my film review later, but there's a play where Trey Wisner steps up to take on some pass protection and does a really good job, but he's going up against like a linebacker or a defensive end or something. And DJ Campbell comes off of a guy who's moved out of the play and comes and helps Trey Wisner hold that guy so that Arch has time to throw. Like, those are the kinds of things that weren't happening early in the season, and now they're starting to happen.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Though it feels like something either clicked for them or they just came at it from a completely different angle. And it's probably some of both, but it does feel like maybe there was a breaking point after Kentucky to, just go, guys, we cannot keep running our head into this wall. Like, we have to start figuring something out that works. And they seems to have gotten it closer. Again, 2 weeks are going to Georgia. And last year's offensive line was better than this offensive line. And when we played Georgia in Austin, they did not look it one bit. So we'll see in a couple weeks. I think that defense is not as good as they were last year, but we'll see with that. Sark was asked about Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson playing together and how that came together. Here's what Sark had to say about that.
I do think that move, I don't know if Cole and Connor are the most physically gifted offensive linemen we have in that room. But what they do have is experience. What they do have is they're smart, and what they do have is they're tough. And those guys exude all 3 of those things, especially when they're playing together. And I think there's some confidence in there for Connor, if there's any uncertainty, Cole knows the calls is good or better than anybody. I think there's some confidence in there in Trevor where he doesn't feel like he has to make every call, that the guard in there can make those calls. And so I just think the continuity, which is something that we've been fighting for and striving for since the beginning of the season, is good for us. And again, I don't know if that's the most physically gifted group of an offensive line that we can put out there, but surely they play well together, and that showed up Saturday.
So Sark maybe tipping his hand of why that was not the lineup to begin with, which is the ceiling is not as high with those 2 guys because they are not physically the guys that you would necessarily pick to be in there. But the guys that are physically there would not be the ones that you would pick to mentally do the reps right now. They don't have the experience. So, where you thought you maybe could get away with playing some younger guys, you just need all the experience you get on this offensive line. It just is what it is. You thought everybody was going to be more ready for it. And by the point that you maybe were ready to make that move, Cole Hudson gets hurt. And now you have to sit him off for a little bit. He comes back ripping, ready to go. And you get what you got in this game, which was the best this offensive line has looked all season by a margin.
Yeah, I love what he pointed out about the communication as well with Trevor Gooseby. Like, Trevor Gooseby was probably having to help out Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks a whole hell of a lot on that left side. And it was probably taking his attention and his focus away from what he was trying to do just a little bit to where he wasn't playing at his top level. And now with Cole Hudson there, who has been a guard his entire career at Texas up until this year, he knows everything that he's supposed to do. Trevor Gooseby doesn't have to worry about that one bit. And you have those 2 guys now in the middle with Hudson and Robertson, who know the offense and know the protections extremely well. They play well off of each other. They're very close. I think it was mentioned by one of the reporters in the press conference that they were roommates at one point, so they're very familiar with each other. They have a great rapport. Now it all of a sudden turns to, instead of having a true freshman and a redshirt freshman starting for you on the offensive line, you now have experience across the board through 4 of those positions, and then the redshirt freshman Baker, who has stepped up his game over the last couple of weeks, and it's been huge.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have more experience, then it helps out Baker as well, because now he is not getting stuck on an island as much, and you're able to make those types of differences. Man, Chan on the text line says, too, talk about the wide receiver blocking. Also, the wide receivers are blocking much better. I think part of that is Mosley and Moore being healthy, because we know both those guys can block. And so both of them being back and being healthy and being able to be a part of the game has, some of those Ryan Wingo ones, you're like, yeah, they're putting Mosley and Moore over by him. And that makes things a lot easier because those guys can block. Livingston's getting better at it. He still doesn't necessarily have the size and strength to do it great, but he's getting better at it. They're not getting the holding penalties, but they are. The perimeter blocking, you're right, Chan, has gotten way better as well. And that's why you're getting some of these screens that earlier in the season were getting hit for losses that work. I think also you're seeing more screens off motion. The Ryan Wingo ones are screens off motion, which is a little bit different than just throwing it to a guy where everybody's set. So now you're adding in an element that it's just kind of making every DB have to process things faster. And so those motion throws to Wingo seem to be working really well. So I think they've kind of figured out we can use the motion screen more than we can use just a regular screen over to him, because if he's just sitting there, they're coming down on that hard. And that's a much harder to block than we don't know what's happening right now. It's not necessarily a screen. Wingo could just take off downfield and it could be a shot downfield. So you can't stop and, not defend Wingo or just not defend Mosley or Moore. You have to be able to defend them because they could go down for a pass too. Could just be a pass play. So you're not in the same stance of bearing down on, we know this guy just took 2 steps backwards to get a screen pass.
Yeah, and you're also giving him momentum when he catches the football, which is huge. You've got, as you mentioned, the downfield blocking of Moore and Mosley on that big touchdown run, or big touchdown on the first play of the game. They were blocking their asses off on that play.
Yeah,
and really what it turned into is Ryan Wingo's just got to make one guy miss, and that's how he is successful. He was never going to be a guy this year that came in and just routed people up like Jeremiah Smith or Ryan Williams. He was always going to have to win, at least this season, by his athletic ability, outrunning people, being more physical, and these kinds of things allow him to do that a lot more, I think, than just sticking him out on one side of the field and saying, go beat an SEC corner one-on-one and get open. And I'm going to sound like a huge arch glazer for this comment, but I don't think people realize how hard that pass was to complete on the first play of the game, because you have Ryan Wingo running full speed the other way, and you've got to put it exactly in the right spot so that he can catch it and run with it. That's a lot more difficult than it looks.
Yeah. No, I know. I had some people being like, well, he almost missed it. I'm like, he didn't really almost miss him. He hit him in stride where he didn't have to stop running. It didn't look great because Wingo kind of reached out for it, but it was like, that's what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
If he would have missed him, he would have to stop. He would have to catch it behind him. Those are the ones where you really miss. You're okay putting it out a little bit in front of him because you don't want him to slow down. So it did not look super pretty, but he missed it by maybe a foot. He probably could have put it up a little bit higher.
I don't know that he could have put it in a better spot.
That's the thing. It's not much you could have done in that one. So, but you're watching, you're like, yeah, it doesn't look as clean, but do you see the end result? I'm going to go with it worked. I'm going to go with.
I mean, maybe Pat Mahomes could have put it in a better spot, but that's a really hard throw to make.
It is. Let's talk about the other side of this game, though, which was the fourth quarter collapse. A lot of that is, a lot of that goes into many different factors. Sark was asked about it, and it is the point where it's not good as it is. You won the game, so it's a learning experience now. what we said last week, can you learn off a win and not off a loss? Can they learn to not get, lose sight of things in the fourth quarter? Here's Sark's comments on giving up a big lead to make it a one-possession game with an onside kick that, good Lord, Parker Livingston's going to have to try and catch 90 of those this week. Here's Sark this morning.
Yeah, I think there was a couple things that were disappointing because of the standard that we set defensively. Giving up the 67-yard touchdown pass was extremely disappointing when you have a game really in hand. Giving up a 4th and 18 from their own 2-yard line is disappointing, that we weren't able to get the receiver on the ground and end the game right there. And so those things are uncharacteristic to us around here. And so I think it caught everybody kind of off guard and a little surprised. Would it be helpful to have Michael Taff and Jelani McDonald out there? Of course it would. Just their experience, their poise and composure in those moments in game, I think would be extremely helpful to go along with the communication side of things. But it's also great. Those other guys, them being in that environment, being in that arena, being in those situations, if we do it right, is going to really help us down the road. And so sometimes, you need to have some of those failures to really learn from, to get players' attention. Well, I think we got some of these young DBs' attention now the last couple weeks, and where they need to grow and where they need to improve. But it's our job as coaches to get them better in those situations when they come up again. Hey, I hope we're up by 20-something points in the fourth quarter the next couple weeks, and I hope we play better, all right, in those situations if that does come up.
So there was Sark speaking about the breakdown at the end of the game, having the pressure on them and letting it slip away. Some of it is playing looser on defense, taking your foot off the gas, which happens defensively when you have the lead. You don't want to pick up dumb penalties. You don't want to give them free yardage, and sometimes good teams will take advantage of that. Vanderbilt's a good team. They took advantage of it. There was some broken coverages. That does feel much more like it was something that came out of not being able to, not having your safeties on the field. And so really losing that communication. Joe, when you talk about the play at the end of the first half, they just lined up wrong. Ty Anthony Smith was in the wrong spot. That's the easiest, simplest answer is Ty Anthony Smith lined up weird for whatever reason. And if you had a safety, yeah, he's a young guy. And if you had a safety back there who was confident in what they were doing, they would have gone, scoot over. You're in the wrong spot. And they would have leaned over that way to clean it up. As far as the timeout, it wasn't a great play call or anything else coming out of that timeout that really bought it. I think Sark saw that they probably weren't ready to go on that play and thought they needed to get back into it. And then, unfortunately, you can't call the back-to-back timeouts there. It's basically the ice and the kicker rule. So Sark couldn't come down and call another timeout to go, hey, Ty Anthony Smith, I can tell you what they're going to run. Their best player is about to walk free into the end zone. And so they just kind of hurt themselves in that fact of once they saw they were lined up wrong, they came out and lined up wrong again. And you have to be able to push those. They scored the touchdown. You don't like to see that. They are a good team. Like, there is a part of me that always, when you go in this, when you're playing the number 9 team in the country and then we walk away from the game, we're like, they scored points on us. Like, yeah, they're the number 9 team in the country. They're supposed to be good. This isn't Ohio State where we play Big Ten teams who aren't ranked every single week of the season. You know who the one ranked team Ohio State plays is here is like us. So I'm sorry. They played a bad Penn State team now. They just walk in the playoffs. So I get that's an unrealistic expectation in the SEC where you do play good teams every week. If you're in the, we should go to the Big Ten. We could have just won every game, and we'd be 11-1 every year, and we never win a title. But it'd be fun. But I'm just taking a shot to the Big Ten. But in reality, those things happen. It was a blown coverage there. It was a blown coverage on the big play down the sideline. It's just been there's several blown coverages that you want to get your safeties back. You do not expect to lose both your starting safeties and then one of your more experienced backup safeties all in the same game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a major factor. I don't think people are really realizing what Texas was trying to do to recover from that. They had Xavier Filsamy out there, who's very inexperienced. He's only played in a couple games this year, and that's about all he's played. They had to put Jonah Williams out there for 10 snaps, and Jonah Williams is physically might be one of the top 5 most talented players on this football team, but he has no experience. So he doesn't know where he's supposed to be 100% of the time. Warren Roberson had a weird offsides where he just ran up and hit the wide receiver for no reason. That was an inexperienced thing.
Yeah.
And I like to come back to also 172 snaps in the previous 2 games. That's a lot of snaps. And that defense was tired. They were beat up. Oh, forgot to mention, Vanderbilt had a Heisman Trophy contender at quarterback and the best tight end in the country. Like, that's a good team.
It is.
And I said that Diego Pavia was overrated. I still think he is overrated.
But
he's a good football player.
Yes, he's an elite pest. I'll tell you that much. Elite pest. Joe, and I'll say this: micromanaging the timeout there, if they would have scored and we didn't call a timeout, we'd be like, why don't we call a timeout and reset things there?
Yeah.
They were driving the football. I don't know if it necessarily helped them a ton more than it helped us. If we would have lined up right, it would have helped us out a lot more. It was just again, young players being out there and made a young mistake at the end of a half because they're tired, because they were ready to get it done. But Vanderbilt was already driving. So it wasn't like it was a freak play out of nowhere. It was just they were getting the ball to Stowers over and over and over again. And yes, hair of the dog. Officiating was god awful, and screw the Dodgers. Worst team ever.
I'm happy for Clayton Kershaw. Pavia is a nut job. Like, you're down multiple scores and you're throwing the ball after you score a touchdown at Xavier Filsamy and talking shit. Like, who are you? Like,
and the funniest thing is Filsamy was mad because he basically didn't turn around. He fell for it, wasn't paying attention to play. Again, no communication for him to be like, because if Filsamy at some point turns around, he tackles Pavia before the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
But he carries with his guy. He's basically running and he's blocking for Pavia. He just doesn't realize the play's coming at him. And so that's just, when you're face guarding somebody, that's what you don't, that's why you don't always face guard guys, because especially with, mobile quarterbacks. But yeah, then he throws, but Manny Muhammad, Sark talked about that today too. That was the one thing that really cost them, was Manny Muhammad being in that, because then there was a 2-point conversion right after that. So they would have had to do the 2-point conversion from the 17 instead if Manny Muhammad doesn't push back after getting thrown to the ground. So it's those things were frustrating. And no, I don't hate you because because the Astros are better than the Dodgers have ever been. We know that the Astros are the better team. But I hate the Dodgers because they spend an insane amount of money and then come up short all the time and then complain.
Well, haven't they won back-to-back World Series?
Yeah, no, once they started to cheat and, circumnavigate the system by paying players in 10 years.
Isn't it like 3 of the last 4 or something?
No, they're terrible. Worst team ever.
And who's talking about cheating over here?
They're cheating. We know they are. They have to be.
The Astros fans talking about cheating. Okay, just checking.
That's old Astros. That's old stool. No, I just don't like the Dodgers. And I really don't like that they got Shohei Ohtani for nothing. So it's frustrating. Yeah, and Joe, I'm with you. I hate the Yankees and the Dodgers. I hate the teams that just spend way, way more money than everybody. They put a salary cap in baseball, the Dodgers would be garbage. That's the reality. And we like garbage in Houston, but we like trash cans. I'll say that. But we don't like. So, no. But I was enjoying watching that game. It was a really fun World Series. You had multiple extra inning games. It was a fun World Series.
Jays were this close, man.
So close.
This close.
So close. Just left so many men on base in that game. So many men on base. So you don't feel as bad for the Blue Jays as you feel for the Mariners, because, man, the Mariners felt like they they felt worse after losing because their franchise has never been to a World Series. So they're fans and they seem to take it even harder. But the Blue Jays had their chances and just couldn't get it done.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What's worse? Missing the plate in the play by that much by the Blue Jays, or Nelson Cruz doofing the fly ball in 2011?
Oh, Nelson Cruz.
Yeah.
Nelson Cruz.
At least the Rangers eventually rebounded and won one like 12 years later.
Yeah, they going back later. Yeah, and Chan says on the text line, how do we develop another TAF air traffic control for the secondary? Experience. Jelani McDonald was also helping do it until he went out. So that was the thing, is you weren't really lost until McDonald goes out in the game. He's in concussion protocol now. But when he went out, now you're like, well, both starters, who are the guys who are supposed to be doing this, are both out now. So how are we going to be able to do that? So I think...
Well, sorry to interrupt. The answer to that question, Chan, is you don't.
Well, yeah,
it's impossible.
There's not a lot of Michael Taffs. They do not grow on trees.
Yeah, you got Michael Taft, Caleb Downs. I'm blanking. I don't got another one.
And so that's the deal. Is you'll have guys that develop that will be more athletically gifted than Michael Taft, and those guys will be able to communicate. But your backup safeties that don't play a ton are going to have a harder time being that confident to go out there and communicate. And that was kind of the problem. And then you throw in, playing Warren Robertson, and Sark talked about that today as well, that he was worried about the tight end coming off the line. And so he was going to check him, but he's like, it was 3rd and 10, dude. You don't need to check him on that one. Like, I get it. You're supposed to do it. So it was rough. But I'm with you. I'm with you, Matt. You don't develop another Michael Taft. Like you that's not something that grows on trees. You got very lucky that he wanted to play at Texas, so he gave up other scholarships and gave the chance to play somewhere where he would have been starter probably day one, to go to Rice or something like that, to fight his way up the depth chart here in Austin to be the guy he is. But I will say, I think the Jelani McDonald injury hampered you much, much more after the fact that Taft, because Taft is bad enough, but then you lose both. There's nobody in that backfield or in the secondary to really help line people up anymore. And at that point, when you were running Phil Smee and Williams, they were both just trying to stay alive. We saw Phil Smee, make some not great plays in the game as well. He did some okay things, did some not some great things. So they were just trying to kind of stay alive as younger players. And then Jonah Williams has to come in. And Jonah Williams has barely seen the field. So you can't expect it from him. So it's just going to be more time and experience. I think Phil Smee will take the experience off of this year, and so will Derek Williams, and they will be better at it next year, having spring training and everything else. It just takes time.
Yeah, I think that just real quick, I think that was, CB can probably correct me because I'm sure he knows this off the top of his head, but I think that was the second game that Jonah Williams has seen action this season, and the other one was Sam Houston State.
So he just it's rough to be out there, but I know Schloss was out there, so he was happy to play off instead of Schloss there. We're gonna take our first break. We're gonna come back, get to Matt's all 22 breakdown, and see if we have time to talk a little Cowboys too. I've not seen any trades go through. I think Jerry Jones just meant the Micah Parsons trade. We'll see if the Cowboys make any trades before our show tomorrow, or maybe they'll make one. Maybe a trade will come through in the next 50 minutes. As we get ready for Monday Night Football with the Cowboys and the Cardinals tonight. We'll get into that. And whatever you guys want to talk about, you guys do lead the show. You are the third member of Open Gym, so we'll get to what you guys want to talk about as well as we continue at about 2.5 minutes here on Texas Sports Unfiltered here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatment. appointments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Hour 2. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan on Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym, 512-222-9328 is the text line number. We're going to get to Matt's All-22 review here in just a moment. We did get some piece over here on the chat. Dad Naman asks, explain who is a call for zone and corners playing 10 yards off the ball. This is the reason we don't have 60 sacks, because the receivers get free releases. And everyone getting mad at the soft. I'll say this. They are frustrating. There is reasons to have them, though. When you are trying to not allow big plays, when you are trying to just get a team to make mistakes and throw it over the middle, which works a lot of the time. Consistency is extremely hard in football. And when you play man, all it takes is one play and it's over. It's a touchdown. You play man over and over again, you will get burned on big plays a ton. Because all it takes is one guy to slip. It's a touchdown. All it takes is a guy to misread a jump, and it's a touchdown. So you can ask for it, but you have to be perfect. On the underneath, it's very frustrating because that's how drives go, and you're able to pick up 6, 7, 8 yards. Now you have to be a short tackler. Vanderbilt wasn't short tackling, so when they played zone, then Texas could run for another 30 yards on it because they weren't wrapping up. If you can short tackle, it's frustrating, but you're also going to get a lot of drops. You're also going to get balls that are slightly overthrown. You cannot just play man the entire game. If Texas tried to play man every game, all y'all will be like, dude, they need to get 6 new DBs because we're getting killed. Because Texas doesn't have, you have Malik Muhammad who can play man. And outside of that, maybe Grayson Littleton could do it for enough, but you don't have the personnel, most college teams don't, to play man the entire game. You just don't have it.
If Jahdae Barron was on this roster, I'd say you could play man more often.
Yeah, I agree.
I do think that PK has a tendency to play a little bit too soft when they have a lead.
No, I agree.
Which is frustrating sometimes. But I don't think that you have the corners that you can just rely on man coverage 70 snaps a game and think they're going to be okay. The quickest way, and this is the unfortunate truth of the matter, is the quickest way to get back in, or to let a team back into a game, is to give up big plays. You're going to give up more big plays when you play man coverage than you are when you play zone. Texas ended up giving up those big plays because of miscommunication. And if that wasn't the case, then that probably at least a couple of those things wouldn't have happened. It's frustrating. It's a PK thing. It's a personnel thing. It's a mix of different factors, and that's just what Texas has right now. And like, I mean, I will be extremely honest. When it's 3rd and 5 and I see Grayson Littleton in the slot playing 12 yards off of the guy in the slot, I'm screaming at the television. But, you say that we would have 60 sacks. Texas leads the nation in sacks, guys. They're getting a lot of sacks. So, it is frustrating them on. I get it, but that's just the unfortunate truth of the matter is that's the personnel you have, and that's your defensive coordinator, and there's not a whole lot you can do about those things.
No, I agree. I also trust PK to do the right thing. I understand. You're also trying to extend drives times where what it did work. Vanderbilt ran out of time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, as much as nobody wants to watch that type of football, it's kind of a plan. Guy, if we just slow them down enough and they can catch 8-yard passes and keep them in bounds. And you know what? They will not have enough time to score 3 times on us. I don't like that any more than you do, but I'll tell you that's why they can run more zone in that, because if they allow what they did, which was a huge play because they just blew the coverage completely, that's where it's more rough. Those are the more rough ones. So, and it is too easy to say, go get those players. They recruit 4- and 5-star man DBs, but you have to play them. So if you want to have it, in 3 years, we could have a team that could run man the entire game. We will lose 6 games a year for those first 2 years while we train them up to be good man receivers. Like, it's just, there is no easy thing. Now, maybe you can go in the transfer portal, but we also say you got to go in the transfer portal and you got to go get offensive line. Like, again, Texas doesn't have a $40 million roster. As much as other people want you to believe it, they don't. They did. They could probably have a lot more of this stuff.
Well, let's also remember that Texas is 3rd in the SEC in interceptions.
Yeah. I'm with you. Like, I think they do a lot of things well. I'm with you. It is frustrating to watch that kind of football when guys just eat you up just over and over again on short yardage.
Yeah. And
that's what Vanderbilt does really, really well. So it's a little bit different because a lot of these other teams, you play zone and they throw 3 incompletions and you get off the field. You're like, okay,
yeah.
It worked.
Well, yeah, and let's also remember too, Texas has given up. They've had 2 really bad games against the pass this year. 3 if you count Florida. But the majority of the teams they've faced, they've held under 200 yards passing. Ohio State 126, San Jose State 184, UTEP had 209, Sam Houston had 86, Oklahoma had 210. Like, they do really well against the pass. It's just sometimes these kinds of things happen, especially when you play 172 snaps in the 2 games.
And you play against a number 9 ranked team in the country who's really good at, sustaining drives.
Mm-hmm. By the way, just a quick note about Georgia before I get into my film review.
Yeah.
They are last in the SEC in sacks. They have no pass rush.
That's great to hear. To hear. By the way, you wanted the Jerry Jokes quotes because we won't have a ton of time to get into it. He was on Sirius XM today, Hair of the Dog. He first off said that he's already made 1 trade, which I think he means the Micah Parsons trade, which he said to fix our defense, by the way. He used that as the term. He says he's close on a couple of others that the guys will be on the field next week. So he said that. And then the quote that now is taking over that he said on this same Sirius XM interview is, what you do is a little bit of my philosophy, controversy. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Not serial killing, not that, but controversy. The Dallas Cowboys have probably been the kind of interest that we have in no small part because we stay out front and we stay controversial. When it gets slow, I stir that shit up. Fact. I just want to be relevant. I just want you to be looking at us. He said the quiet part out loud. And that is why the Dallas Cowboys are an unserious organization.
Yeah. I can't argue with that. That's yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, hair the dog. We don't acknowledge the good. We're the positive guys. We do acknowledge the good. Yeah. But yeah, I'm with you. The zone stuff is rough. But in all reality, I know it would be great if we could hold them and not get the ball out and run more man and blitz all the time. I would love that. But look, I get it. It's gonna be they're gonna play zone. They don't play it all game, but they're going to play zone every single year for as long as PK's there. They will not play man every possession of every game. They're just not going to. So yeah, it is what it is. And PK's a really good defensive coordinator.
Yeah, Texas has had one of the best defenses in the country over the last 2 seasons. So let's give the guy a little grace.
Yeah,
it's worked out pretty well. You're not losing games because of your defense.
Yes, I will say this, and I know the end was hard to tell, but you're right, hair the dog. We got to bench Quinnigan. That's right.
Yeah. After that defensive performance against Vanderbilt, you gotta bench Quinn. It's the only way.
It's the only way. All right, Matt. Let's get to your all 22 here. Every week, Matt goes and does the painstaking work of breaking down the film to give you guys a little look at what the coaches see and what we're looking at to how the game broke down to give you a different look, a different viewpoint. Matt, take us through this week.
Yeah. This is I'm not going to be doing any defensive breakdowns here. We're not going to be talking about zone coverage and hanging off defenders too long and all that stuff, or hanging off receivers too long. This is how Texas started fast against Vanderbilt and how they built their lead. You talk about starting fast. How better to start fast and scoring a touchdown your first play of the game? What happens here on the first play is Vanderbilt's going to blitz their nickel here. They also have a defender coming off the edge here. And Ryan Wingo is going to run an orbit this way, and Arch is going to try to hit him in stride so that he can continue his momentum forward and run while his 2 receivers here are blocking downfield, which is going to leave number 8, CJ, good old CJ, who had a really rough day today, or really rough day on Saturday, going to leave him to try to clean it up, and it does not work out so well for him. So you can see Wingo coming on the orbit there. You can see the nickel star position, whatever you want to call it, starting to come on his blitz there. Arch sees it quickly. He gets the ball out and hits Wingo, and the blocking here is fantastic. Basically, with him running with full momentum, all he's got to do right now is make this guy miss and then beat number 8 later on the play. And he does just that, makes the guy miss. The blocking holds up fantastically. He's able to get by this defender here and turn up downfield. And then he makes 8 miss right here, and he is off to the races for a touchdown. You can see it on another angle here. And the play action helped a lot, I think, because this defender was starting to crash down the run, and when he realized Arch pulled it, you can see him try to change direction here. Same with the blitzer here, trying to catch up to Wingo, but that doesn't work out too well for them. You can see Moore setting his block right there. Wingo makes this defender miss. Mosley's holding his guy up here. Not holding, just holding him up, doing a good job blocking.
Blocking, yes.
Yeah. And 8 takes a really bad angle right here, and Wingo puts him on his ass, makes a miss, and he is off to the races for a touchdown. Play number 9. Okie dokie. We're gonna do this on 1st and 10. This is when you should run plays like this, Patrick, on 1st and 10, not on 3rd and 5 when you're in opponent territory. This is the I don't even know what you call this, a double reverse flea flicker, whatever the case. You use Niblet as a decoy coming across here. He takes the jet sweep and then flips it to Parker Livingston, who then dumps it back to Arch, who looks like he might try to turn it downfield. Mosley's in double coverage. He carries these 2 defenders here. What he's really trying to do, and the whole point of the play originally, was to get the ball to Ryan Niblett in space, and he's got a mountain in front of him with all these offensive linemen and tight ends blocking for him downfield, and it works out pretty well. He gets a nice gain here. You can see Endry's making his block. You can see the block here as well. I believe that's Baker making that block there. DJ Campbell's downfield making a good block. And if Gooseby can just get downfield a little quicker and get a block on this guy, it's probably a touchdown. But Niblett catches up to him too fast, and he tries to change directions but can't quite do it in time. And it still results in a big play for Texas. So here's the other view of it. And great job by the offensive line of washing everybody this way and then getting downfield. And then Arch lets it go to Niblett, and he starts moving downfield. Fantastic block by Endries here. And you can see Robertson coming over to help him out as well, which really helps out. And then you can see here, if Gooseby can just get his hands on this guy, it's an easy touchdown. But they still get an explosive play. And it works out really nicely for the
That's the
Hornets.
one they'll watch in film this week and work with Niblett a little bit more in the running back sense of waiting for the block. Just slow down a half step and don't catch up to it, and that's a touchdown. Like, I know slowing down seems wrong, but if he slowed down on that play for a half second to let Gooseby get in front of him, that's a touchdown.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's just running back stuff. And Niblett hasn't played enough as a running back.
Yeah, absolutely. And that ended up leading to a field goal, which you would have loved to have a touchdown on that drive, but you come out on the next drive, you put up more points. This is play 25 of the game. You get Wingo involved in what he's best at, which is what we talked about earlier, which is what they did on the first play of the game. You get him moving, you get him in space, and he can put his athleticism to work. So you can see him motion him out this way, and then they run a little play action to it's really an RPO to Wisner right here. It kind of draws these linebackers in a little bit, and then you get the ball out to Wingo in space on number 8. CJ, is it CJ Hurd? Is that his name?
Yeah, I believe so.
And poor guy misses another tackle. And I mean, obviously this is where Wingo gets hurt. I want to say his thumb probably got caught on Hurd's helmet or in his face mask or something, because you can see him start to run and it right about, I think it's like when he gets close to the sideline, he just starts to kind of wince in pain and just runs out of bounds. But had he not gotten hurt, I imagine he probably would have cut it back this way and probably had a lot bigger of a gain there. But he runs out of bounds because he's having a hard time with the you can see another angle of it here. He just kind of runs out of bounds, wincing in pain, and that results in and still a first down and a good play for Texas. A couple plays later, I have this play titled Poor Number 8 because this is his third missed tackle of the game, and it's only the second drive. And he misses another big one here. So Hudson and Gooseby do a great job on this play of kind of sealing off the defender, and Wisner makes a man miss, and then Gooseby moves out to get the linebacker after they've kind of taken care of the guy on the edge here. So you'll see them both pop this way, and then Robertson pop over and get that guy and kind of move him out of the play. And what it does is it does leave the edge defender running free, and Wisner has to make him miss or the play is not going to work. And Wisner's super shifty. So if you leave that guy one-on-one, more often than not, I feel like he's going to make a guy miss. That's exactly what he does here. And then he gets to the outside. You can see Gooseby pass off this guy to Hudson and then continue to block and move downfield to pick up another guy. And then you got a good block on the outside here as well that allows Wisner to kind of spring it upfield. And then he finally gets taken down there. So it was CJ Hurd that was coming. You can see him laying on the ground right here, who missed the tackle on Wisner in the backfield. So poor guy was having a tough game here, and we feel for him over here on Open Gym. Play number 30. you're just making people miss here. Arch hits DeAndre Moore on a little slant coming across the middle. You'll see him come into the screen here in a second. He hits him across the middle, makes a guy miss. He moves upfield, makes another guy miss, and then continues up. So you can see Arch drop back here. Great protection, very solid pocket here, and he lets it rip to Moore there, and he's moving back the other way. He makes a guy miss, and then cuts it back upfield and makes a guy miss again, and makes a guy miss again right here, and then moves it upfield a little further, and ends up being a really nice play for Texas and a big gain. So those are the kinds of things that the receivers were doing to help out Arch in this game. Is they were making people miss. They were making plays, making more off what the play was designed to get more often than not. So that was a really positive step for them this week. Play number 31, White Chocolate. We get a quick screen to Livingston here. He makes, guess who? CJ Hurd miss. And then he gets a great block from Endries to move down the field. So you can see him over here on the edge, and they just run a little quick screen to him, and you can see Hurd trying to crash down on him here, and he makes the right read. He takes a pretty good angle, but Livingston just kind of steps to the side, makes a miss. He's again on the ground here, and he's able to move it upfield and get a pretty nice gain down the sideline before he's forced out of bounds after a first down. So great play there by Livingston. Poor guy. He just
not his best day.
Not his best day. I think he even threw his hands up after that play. Like, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing wrong? And Texas moved on to this next play here. A couple plays later, CJ Baxter's touchdown drought ends. It had been 672 days since CJ Baxter had scored a touchdown. That was against Washington in the college football playoff semifinal in 2023 at the Superdome. So, again, one of the things that we had talked about with Texas with using Ryan Niblett is it seemed like every time he was in the game, he was getting the football. So it was kind of telegraphing where they were going to go with the ball. Here, they did a great job of using him as a decoy. He comes here on a play action jet sweep kind of a deal. Arch keeps it and is rolling to the right. The primary read is right here. The primary read is Parker Livingston running it out in the end zone. And I think he was held on this play, and they didn't call it, whatever you want to say. He wasn't able to get open. Arch probably could have put into position for him to make the catch, but he's got CJ Baxter here, who's one of the smartest football players on the field. And when he sees this guy's kind of sticking with him and watching Arch on the outside, you're going to see CJ kind of, move back and get into a position where Arch can throw him the ball. You can see him do that right here. And then Arch notices it right there. He lets it go and gets it to CJ in the end zone for his first touchdown in 2 calendar years, almost. So that's a long time for CJ, and you feel great for him. Here's the other angle of it. You can see the defense kind of moving with Ryan Niblett because they assume he's going to get the ball, and that allows Arch some free space over here. And Baxter's running with his defender and pushes back right there. Livingston probably could have made a play over here, but this was a much safer decision by Arch and a much better decision by Arch. And he lets it go and hits CJ in the end zone. So Texas is up 17-3 now for this next drive.
It's also one of those plays that you can always tell the threat of the run for Arch Manning, especially in the red zone, creates that so much more because the defender cannot follow CJ Baxter back. So Absolutely. He does. Arch walks in for a touchdown. Like he's basically screwed where he goes, I either have to let my man go and make sure the quarterback doesn't run in, or I have to go with the guy and then hope that the quarterback, I can get back to him, backpedaling with another guy if he takes off.
Yeah. And that's what makes mobile quarterbacks so difficult, and what makes Arch so difficult to defend when he is completing passes. So play number 49, Vanderbilt had come out on the last possession and gotten a field goal. And this is just the offensive line moving people. It's a good run, great continuity, moving guys by the interior of the offensive line, and great cuts and movement here by Trey Wisner. Here's the set here. And then, they do a great job here of giving him an opportunity. This whole right side of the line is pretty much washed out. DJ Campbell's getting downfield on this linebacker, and Wisner sees a big hole open up on the other side because of them washing everybody this way. And he has the vision to cut back. It makes a great play and just moves the football down the field a little bit. And that wasn't a huge gain, but it results in a first down, and it's the kind of thing that we need to see Texas doing more in the running game going forward if they're going to be successful. Because what Georgia does have is a good run defense, and they're going to need to be able to do those things against Georgia. This is a couple plays later. It's another screen pass. It's set up incredibly well by a play action. And good blocking downfield, and Arch doesn't panic despite some pressure in his face in this one. And it's one of those where he does the play action, and then he rolls this way and then reverses, and Wisner's coming this way, kind of what they did against Mississippi State late in the game a little bit. And he's got 3 guys in his face here, but it's designed that way. You can see the offensive line getting out to try and set up some blocks downfield for him. Arch doesn't panic with the pressure. Lets it go, puts it in a good spot for Wisner, and he's able to move the ball downfield for a big gain here and end up all the way down at the 32-yard line. So big gain there for Texas, a nice explosive play out of a screen, which is something that Sark loves to do. Play number 54 of the game. This is Mosley starting to get involved here a little bit more. Again, you can see him moving in motion before this play starts, and Arch is looking at him pretty much the whole time. Mosley's going to run in like kind of a curl route here and sit down at about the 20-yard line. And Arch decides he's going to let it fly like right here, lets it go, hits Mosley. Oh, a little bit deeper than I thought. He's at the 15. Lets it go. He catches the ball, moves the chains again for Texas. Great stuff there. Play 54. Oh, sorry. We're on play 55. This is just a really, really good play here by the true freshman Dalen McCutcheon. He's kind of running a little bubble here, and you can see his guys getting downfield to block for him. Again, this is what we talked about. This is what Chan mentioned in the text line. You get the ball to a guy in space. Originally Arch kind of pump faked it to him and looked downfield, but then he looks back at McCutcheon and checks it down to him, and he's able to get the ball and move it downfield. And he does a great job here of tight roping the sideline and getting extra yards. Like, this guy should be able to make this tackle, but McCutcheon look how close his foot is here. It's right there, and he's able to tight rope the sideline and get down almost to the 5-yard line there. It's on the 4-yard line. And then you're first and goal. And this is play 56. This is just another example of good offensive line play, which is something this team has been starving for. And Trey Wisner making people, just making a good cut. It's kind of a truck toss here, a toss at the goal line for Texas. Not a lot of people like that, but he kind of tosses it off to Wisner here. You can see his offensive line starting to pull. We got a good seal here, good blocking here as well to kind of keep the guys off the backside. And then when these guys are washed out of the play, Wisner cuts it back up in the middle, and he's able to get in. And Robertson is finishing this play right here. Great job by him to finish that defender and not let him cut back to Wisner. And he's able to tumble into the end zone and get Texas up 24-3 at that point. I'm going to say it one more time, Patrick, and then I promise I won't say it for a few weeks. This is the, as Todd McShay said, the fuck you stop me drive. 11 plays and 93 yards. It's starting deep in their own territory. It started at the 7-yard line, and they're at 3rd and 5 on the 12 right now. So things, are a little dicey on this drive. if they don't complete this pass and they're punting and they're giving Vanderbilt good field position. Sorry about the dog barking. And you can see that it starts off here with Arch being patient. He goes through his progressions. He's protected well, and he hits Mosley. And guess who misses the tackle again, Patrick?
Oh, man. What a hard day for him.
Yeah. So you can see Arch being patient here. He's going through his reads. He's looking on this side. And he's also got Endries coming across the middle here. And then Mosley's going to come and kind of sit down in this spot that Endries is leaving open by coming across the middle. And Arch waits. He goes through his progressions. He goes, he started over here. He goes here, and then he catches his guy coming back on the side here in the middle there, and he lets it go. Great patience by him. Great vision by him. And then 8 misses the tackle, and you can see him on his knees here, and somebody else has to come clean up the play and make him and get him down the field. So you can see him going through his progressions here again, and he does a great job of that. Comes back to the middle, lets it rip with accuracy. I think I've had double screenshots in there. That's okay. And he lets it rip with good accuracy, and Mosley's able to keep the ball moving and get down the field. This is play number 87. This is just a nice pitch and catch from Arch to Parker Livingston, and it just shows off Arch's accuracy. And then Livingston does a good job after catching the ball to move the ball down the field a little bit more and get a first down. He's just going to kind of run up and out this way, and Arch is looking at him the whole time. He knows he's going to be open because Endries is sitting down here, and these guys are carrying their defenders as well. So he knows he's got one-on-one coverage. This guy's hips are turned. So if the timing on this play is right, it's going to be very hard to stop. Arch sees it quick. He rips it, and then he's able to move his feet down the field and get enough for a first down. Now we've got play number 88. This is another good one to DeAndre Moore, and he gets good protection once again, hits DeAndre Moore for a nice gain, and Arch is decisive and early on this decision right here. So you can see him drop back here, and he's got his check down with it's either Baxter. I think it's Baxter. And these guys are moving downfield, but what Moore is doing here is he's going to run up and out to the sideline while these guys are carrying their defenders deep, and then that opens things up for Moore here on the sideline and or running towards the sideline, and Arch lets it go. I mean, are we serious? Look at this throw, guys. Come on. That's a really difficult throw. That's to the opposite side of the field. And Moore has it in space in a soft spot in the zone, and he's able to get a big gain out of it. So great play there from Arch to keep the football moving. I've only got 2 more for you guys because we're not done with the FU drive yet. This is just a nice one to Endries, who he hits across the middle, and Endries makes a guy miss. And you can see that Arch changes the protection on this play as well. This screenshot's a little bit out of place, I think. But you can see, I guess I didn't get the set, but you can see Endries here making the catch. I'll show you the other view in a second, so you can see Arch change protection, and then he's able to make a guy miss over here. I don't know if it was number 8. I don't think he was in on this play, but if it was, I would have felt really bad for him. But he's able to get it into about the 12-yard line for Texas. Here's the other view of it. What's going to happen is this guy's going to show blitz. Arch recognizes it and calls it out. And then that results in Brandon Baker changing his protection to this guy, or changing his protection to the outside, and this and DJ Campbell adjusting as well. And then the play gets going. And you can see Robertson here getting a nice block. Baker getting a nice block. DJ Campbell handling his guy. Gooseby handling his guy. Hudson handling this. I mean, how often have we seen clean pockets like this?
I mean, how many times have we seen them come with 5 guys and we stop it?
Right. Exactly. And Endries is wide open in the middle of the field as a result. Arch hits him, and he makes the defender miss, moves upfield, and gets into a good position. And then the final play, Arch hangs in the pocket and delivers a strike with pressure in his face. He knows he's going to take a hit, and he hits Emmett Mosley for the touchdown anyway. And this defender over here is going to come free off the edge, and Arch is running a play action. He knows this guy's coming. He can feel it, but he knows that his guy's going to get open. Mosley's going to come up and then across the middle into the back of the end zone and be open. This guy's screaming down on Arch, and CJ Baxter probably could have gone over to get that guy, but then that would have left the defender open in the middle as well. So he's kind of got to make a decision. It's kind of an impossible situation for him, but Arch lets it go right as he's about to get hit, and he hits Mosley. It's a little bit high, but in that situation, I think we're gonna let that slide, and he comes down with the touchdown to put Texas up 31-10, and almost seal the game. Almost.
I mean, but yeah, the throw there, you're like, it's a little high. I mean, he was getting murdered at the time he was throwing the football. But
you getting hit.
No, but that was as well as he played, and then to still be able to sit there and take the hit and, not let that really affect you, come in and deliver the pass to get the touchdown. You're like, okay, Arch is growing up a lot because he's taking some hits on throwing the ball, but to do everything with clean pockets and then not have that experience of being able to sit there and know it's coming and deliver the pass. That's what you want to see in that growth of Arch Manning. Sometimes you got to do it. You don't want to do it a ton. I know we all saw a couple times that, especially early when Arch would get hit and everyone went, whoa, and then Arch would get up and basically have to let everyone know he was okay.
Mm-hmm.
You saw him, I think in the first quarter, he slid or he went down late and still took a hit. And got up, and you kind of had the entire crowd a little nervous. Sark's nervous, everybody. And he gets up, and he's like, I'm good. And then everyone's, okay, now we can all enjoy the game a little bit more worried about it. By the way, Sark did say Arch had cleared concussion protocol Thursday night. So he had been working on the right path, cleared on Thursday night, and then they said we waited till Friday morning to really make sure he was okay. So he had cleared protocol. They didn't put him on the report on Thursday night because they were worried. They just wanted to make sure that in case anything happened, then by Friday they felt pretty good that he was going to play in that game. Really good stuff there, man. Really good stuff there in the All-22.
Rodney, just to answer your question, how come I only show stills but other shows show video of the All-22? That's because those shows that are showing the All-22, a lot of the time they're getting copyright strike every show. And I'm not in charge of this network, and I don't run the financials of this network, so I don't want to risk getting a copyright strike, or getting the live stream or the videos demonetized. So that's why I do it that way, just to be safe.
Yeah, no, it is. There's thin ways of legalities in all of this because it is for analysis, and then there's just a lot of random rules, and to just play it safe is usually the smarter idea than some other people. And also it depends on what platform you're on. Some people don't do it on YouTube, but they'll do it on X or somewhere else, and X has way less rules.
Yeah, Patreon is another one that a lot of people do it on.
Yeah, and so you can get away with a couple more things on some other platforms. YouTube though is a little bit more staying with it, which, by the way, again, screw you ESPN, screw you Google, screw you Disney for still not getting a deal done. I'm really hoping that we get Monday Night Football. This is their last hurrah of trying to do it, and I'm hoping that the ratings are down for all of it, so that they're like, oh yeah, we're losing ratings because we're just cutting off a bunch of people from these, so we're not getting the same ratings. Hopefully that's the case. I did see that the World Series Game 7 ratings were through the roof. I think that was also somewhat due to the fact that people were like, well, it's on Fox, I can watch it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you had more viewers just because people were like, well, we're not. I'll find out how to watch the Texas game, but I'm not necessarily going to try and tune in. Now, I have other ways of watching things on YouTube TV. I have other friends that maybe have logins to things, so I can get them if I need to. But that being said, not everybody does. And so I think that was so. It's frustrating. I'm hoping that we get some good news on that tomorrow, because then I got to figure out Texas basketball, because Texas basketball starts tomorrow as well. Texas women is on, I believe, SEC Network Plus. So if you have ESPN Plus, I believe you'll get it. I don't know. I'm about to look and see if we get that game tonight for Incarnate Word. Why don't we take our second break, Matt? We'll come back, talk, get you ready for the Cowboys game, and meathead of the day, and wrap things up here on a Monday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC at Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Wrapping up the show on a Monday afternoon. Learned the lesson today. I'm going to have to break out the old ring light, because my natural light is now gone in the 5 o'clock hour, in the late 5 o'clock hour, thanks to daylight savings time. My dog not thrilled about believing that we are an hour late with his dinner right now. He is not thrilled about that either. So making those changes for daylight saving time. But we'll find our way to get through it. The fact that Texas won makes it a lot easier. We do get Texas basketball, men's basketball tomorrow, Texas women's basketball tonight. The Texas men's basketball game is just a bigger deal to me because it's against Duke. So we're going to see a lot more of what this team might look like. Texas women's basketball could win by 40 tonight as they play Incarnate Word. Number 4 team in the country. They have a lot of high hopes for Texas women's basketball. They start their season tonight. But we also get the Cowboys tonight, Matt. Cowboys taking on the Cardinals. Does not seem like Kyler Murray is going to play, so it'll be Jacoby Brissett and what's his name? Bam Knight. Bam Knight is going to be your running back. This is a team that the Cowboys should be able to slow down or stop. How many hundreds of yards does Bam Knight get on the ground tonight against the Cowboys?
I don't have any faith in the Cowboys winning a single game going forward, so I don't even know what to say about that. But what I will say is that I don't have a way to watch this football game right now. I might have to kind of cough up $38.99 so that I can upgrade my Disney Plus package and get unlimited ESPN.
Well,
I really don't want to do that.
So I can tell you, you can watch this game, and anybody else who just wants to watch the game tonight, you can get a Sling Day Pass with ESPN for like $4 or $5.
Okay.
So you can, if you just want to watch it, you can get one. It was harder for the game for Texas because you had to get ABC, and I don't know which package that was in. But for ESPN, the ESPN networks, if you just need to do it, you can get a day pass at Sling. And then you're also not supporting the overarching curve of what Disney wants, which is you to buy into Hulu or Disney or ESPN and buy their streaming packages so that they can make even more money off of you, which, by the way, they're going to raise the price of all of those in about 6 months to a year. Astronomically. They will double or triple in price within the next year. So have fun. It's going to be one of those things because that's what they're doing. They spent too much money on buying properties, and now they're trying to screw you over because they're doing bad business. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun to be alive in 2025. Things aren't on fire. It's all right. Let's get to our meat head of the day. This person says he was not crying as well after the game with one of the weirdest moments in a press conference after the Giants game, on Sunday.
Are those tears of emotion, or is that just tears?
Is that what?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying. You walked in here, it looked like there were tears coming out of your eyes.
No.
Is that just allergies?
No. No, it wasn't tears.
Coach, I know you have to watch the film.
Brian Dayball being asked, are those tears of emotion? Why are you crying? I'm not crying. Why are you asking me if I'm crying?
I'm not crying. You're crying. Like, maybe he knows that his job is not very safe.
It's not safe at all. Like, he will not be the coach of the Giants next season. We're past that point. And I get it. Blake Neighbors is hurt. Cam Scatterbo is hurt. Like, there's very little he could do to save this right now. But he has started the last 3 seasons 2-7.
Yeah.
That's just not, I get the team's not, there's a lot of other issues, but it does not feel like he will have his job. Mike McDaniel will not have his job next year either. We know some of them. They may keep it through the rest of the year, but next year they won't. And Joe, you're right. It's on ABC as well. I forget they put Monday Night Football back on ABC now. So you can use the antenna as well to watch the game tonight. Pull out the old rabbit ears and watch the Cowboys tonight on ABC if you want to do it that way. Good show today, Matt. I'm glad we could get through some of it. Tomorrow we'll have even more of that. The trade deadline's tomorrow as well. We'll see if anybody pulls off any big moves or if the Cowboys or Texans try to add anything to their roster or subtract, as we're seeing some teams start to unload some players as well. We'll see if any of that goes down after tonight's game. And before the trade deadline, I believe, is at 3:00 tomorrow Central Time. So it'll be on. We will have time to see everything that comes through before we take the air and be able to give that to you. We'll get you ready for the Texas basketball game tomorrow as well against Duke. That one's going to be a really interesting one to see if this Texas team is able to kind of run the offense that they want to run. They did that hype video. I played it on the show last week. That there's a little hype video of Texas basketball and Sean Miller talking about trying to throw outlet passes basically and advance the ball as fast as possible and get back down the court and play quick basketball. We'll see if they're able to do that against Duke and not have 15 to 20 turnovers and really have to stop kind of doing that. That's going to be the question. But I think we're all excited to see where this team could go and what Sean Miller is able to do in year one. We saw another recruit today as well. Put Texas in his top 4. So another recruit for next season. I can't imagine they're going to be aiming for too many more recruits in this recruiting class. They've already got 2. I think Bo Ogden is maybe a little bit more figured in as Bo Ogden's a really good player, another sharpshooter. They got 2 sharpshooters so far. So they may try and get someone else they can develop like athletically. But I'm not sure how many more recruits they're actually going to try and pull in this one. Because in today's basketball, you're trying to pull in more transfers so you can try and get there.
Let's do it, Sean Miller. Let's turn into the next Purdue and have, 5 guys that have been in the program for 4 years as our starters in 3 years or 4 years. That'd be great.
And Joe, you want to play some good teams, and it doesn't matter if Texas loses their first game, really. It's basketball. It's not football. There's 900 teams in the tournament now. You can do whatever and still make the tournament. So I think it's a good test. I think it's a good test. It'll be fun to watch. A lot of these teams do it. We know Kansas and North Carolina are playing on Friday. There's a lot of these good matchups that come up early in the year. Some tournaments. Texas is going to be in a tournament already next year. They've already announced. So lots of good stuff coming up. We'll get into all that tomorrow. But good show today. Thanks again for the all 22 stuff, Matt. Appreciate you coming back, working overtime, coming back from the flight to get that done. We'll be back tomorrow, but until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.